man, fast and strong.
You'll get all-time classics like
I got the jam. It's been too long. I'm glad to be fast. Yes, I got the juice. I took two. Tell me, Dr. Fauci, what you want me to do, cause I'm fast.
Enter to win a signed copy of the album by Brian Johnson & Johnson.
I took a fast vaccine during quarantine. It was the worst damn shakes I have ever seen. I'm number
Legendary hits like
quarantine for just 2 weeks. Stay away from me for just 6 feet. CDC will tell you lies. CDC and ignore all your cries. Hell's bells. Oh, Angus, are you alright? A palsy. You're shaking, oh woman. You're shaking. Hell's bells. Somebody call a doctor. Where's Fauci? A palsy. Dr. Fauci, hello. Hell.
Don't you find it just a little bit strange that all of these former Trump supporters have mind melted at the same exact time, all using the same script to come out against him, all at the same time? Normally in the past, what would happen is that they would defect slowly, one at a time, maybe different times, one in 2020, one in 2021, maybe one in 2017, but they all doing it at the same time. It's almost like they had a meeting, especially the Hodge twins, really shocked. Marjorie Taylor Greene was not a surprise. Joe Rogan is leaning to fall off the Trump train. Tucker, Megyn, Candace, all at the same time. Alex Jones just recently apologized to Candace. There's something bigger at play here. And maybe they're setting up the 2028 election and they don't want a MAGA candidate in there. This is my thinking. They don't want a MAGA candidate. So they're going to band together. They're going to speak against Donald Trump and MAGA. So when the election comes around, some of these people may be paid handsomely, but also they may want spots in the cabinet. And they've already been told, we need you to denounce Donald Trump. We need you to denounce Donald Trump and everyone that he supports. We want you to denounce MAGA, and we want to get rid of that base. So we need your 40 million followers or whatever it is amongst all of these guys on social media to keep hearing the banging of the drum, the banging of the drum. You have very strong support. And we want to make sure that we get that base to vote for whoever we want to win. And it's going to be some moderate Republican. All these people will remain Republicans. They're just no longer MAGA. Watch this space, because you're going to start seeing the fruits of their labor come out. And you're also going to see them be rewarded for their treachery.
Election time is here, Maine, and you have a choice on the Democrat side between a socialist and a communist. Gee, which one will you choose? And on the Republican side, let's face it, you have washed up, has-been Susan Collins. But what you don't know, you have another choice. And I am that choice. And I have been that choice since announcing last January. People ask, where have you gone? Are you still running for Senate? The answer is this: yes, I am. But in doing so, I had to spend more time getting attacked by the establishment and attacked by the people who said they wanted change, but all they did was condemn, criticize, and judge versus help and get involved. We lost our house. I lost my job. Changes had to be made. I still have that house, but we can't afford to live there anymore. The price you pay for doing the right thing. You can't see anything about the campaign on social media. Social media, including X, is a joke. It's not a home for free speech. It's a home for suppression and suspension. As soon as we launched our Senate channel, it was deleted within 12 hours because the establishment fears the voice of truth. If you want to know what I'm doing and the things I have to say, go to VOPUSARadio.com and check out the Dan for Senate channel, and you can see all the videos as to where it began and how we got here. I told you over a year ago what it's going to be, and congratulations. While you were all trying to decide if I was a, quote, real Mainer, the establishment wins again. Your Marxist, communist, socialist piece of crap governor, she's a shoo-in for the Democrat candidate, and Rhino establishment hack is going to be your candidate on the Republican side. You want change? Write in change. Write in Dan Smirglio. If called to serve, I will serve. But I am done sacrificing for people who don't want it. I'm done trying to prove myself to you. What I said over a year ago has come true. So now, your choices are slim. Your state can no longer afford to be complacent and quiet, because you are all complicit if you allow this to occur. If you want the change, write in the change. Vote for the change. I did this because you didn't. Because this country and this state needs a fighter. I'm here and ready to serve, as I have always been. BOPUSARadio.com. I say the things that you're too afraid to say.
Breaking news, conservative activist Charlie Kirk has been killed after being shot in the neck.
Getting more light on the assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump.
No Kings demonstrations around the country on immigration.
I invite everybody in.
The government shutdown.
It's a government shutdown. It's a government shutdown.
People on the right.
He's slamming Republicans.
Owen Schroyer is leaving InfoWars. You are a backstabber.
Israel.
The two shared a look and a hug, and what followed has become one of the most viral moments of the year.
Y'all know that looks wrong. That looks bad.
The placement of her hand. They crawl. That they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
You don't have the cards. So you stop 8 wars.
20 surviving Israeli hostages were freed from Hamas. A treasonous conspiracy against the American people, our republic, and an attempt to undermine President Trump's administration.
And we will build a city hall.
Agents were shot at while conducting an immigration enforcement operation earlier today.
We gotta stop being so obsessed with Israel and so obsessed with the Jews. Israel derangement syndrome. I'm not gonna stop talking about it. I'm talking about Israel. Israel. Israel.
Why did they call us so
Nazi.
You're a Nazi promoter.
Welcome to the next wave of rebellion, awakening, and resistance. Let's rise above the noise. Welcome to POLITI-SHOCK.
Hi guys, it's me. Oh my gosh, girl. I love Bud Light. It makes me footloose and fancy free. It is so delicious.
Excuse me. Shut your fucking hole. Somebody's got to put us back on track and say the shit that everybody else is thinking. You're listening to the Voice of the People U.S.A. Radio Network. We were given truth serum injections at birth. You are listening to POLITI-SHOCK. POLITI-SHOCK.
Like, what's so, shocking about it? What does he say?
You need to go back to your parade, crack a Bud Light, and put on your Target panties. It's a shame that real speak equals shock, but we will fly that flag. It may be crass and blunt to some, but the one damn thing you can count on is the truth. Welcome to POLITI-SHOCK. Now, your host, Dan Smirglio.
it's Thursday night. It's 9:13 p.m. But for the record, I started the show on time. So therefore, I am still doing okay. My long intros, well, you just got to deal with that because that's just what I do. I want to give you ample time to, make sure you're awake and tuned in and everything else in between. It's not like I'm trying to wait for all the followers and the listeners to catch up and get in the room, so to speak. That's the other social media world that we don't really exist in that world. So you can't mourn what you never had, right? So welcome, everybody. My name is Dan. Hi, I'm Dan. I'm new here. My name is Dan Spriglio. This is the voice of the people, USA Radio and Television Network. And this is POLITI-SHOCK. And we are fast approaching the 20-year anniversary of POLITI-SHOCK. So figure that out, if you will. 20 years of doing this. A day before America turns 250, POLITI-SHOCK, and of course, de facto, Voice of the People USA, the activist group / political action committee, / not-for-profit / media company, also turns, well, not 250, but we turn 20. So July 3rd is 20 years to the day. How about that, huh? So for the rando comments I see, oh, you must be new to this. You must be new to this. No, I'm an old timer. I get to own that. I'm an old timer. I'm that guy. I'm that guy in the room that says back in my day, we didn't care about social media. Back in my day, all we cared about was, I didn't care about this. Online journals were a thing. Online journals. Yeah. That was, that was the funniest thing I've ever seen. They had MySpace after that, but an online journal. I remember saying to my friend Bonnie, who's now deceased because of the vaccine, who the hell would want to document your day online? I mean, who would want to do such a thing? And then who would want to actually follow said documentation of your day online? Imagine how wrong I felt. I mean, then again, it's, the social media world is bringing people together. It's connecting people. It's reconnecting people. It's all these other wonderful things. Or in reality, it's just the degradation of society, the collapse of the, nuclear family / self-reliance, dependence, independence, if you will, because, it's interesting when you look at this world, right? People could think like you're free because you can say what you want online. You can say what you want in America and everything else. We have the right to be free. And I still feel free in this country for the next, just about 3 years. But, does being online really equate to freedom or rebellion? Because honestly, it means more that you are just being a good little sheep and going along with everybody else and going along with the masses and chasing that algorithm and chasing those likes and chasing the fake adulation, if you will, of strangers all across the world to say, please notice me, because obviously there's something lacking in your life. And I guess that's kind of mean to say, but I don't particularly care because there's a truth. You see, this was all some giant social experiment, but it really wasn't an experiment. It was something put in place, perpetrated, intentionally upon society, and it worked. It pulled people away from gathering outside, playing till the lights came on, and having to be home before, dinner or before the lights came on, like I said before, whatever it may be. That's now dead because the ideas of getting together are let's all get together in groups and let's all sit on our phones all day. Or I used to laugh when it was like, I just sit around and play video games all day. Okay. But you know what? I miss those days now. All right. Now, again, for those who know, I haven't played a video game since 2010, SmackDown versus Raw. And I was on my PlayStation 3. Yes. And lately I've taken up some stupid online game on my phone, but I've been playing it a lot less already. But it's been entertaining because it's just, you need something to disconnect from the soul sucking nothingness that is the social media world. But now, I used to make fun of those people. Like, we're all going to get together. We're all going to play video games. Like, that's a little weird. Did I do it? Of course I did. I didn't do the whole Magic the Gathering crap and all the other weird stuff, because that was a little dorky to me. But the video game stuff is like, So we do it now. It's let's all be separate and watch online other people playing video games. I mean, damn. And again, I know we get rated by these people, these gamers and stuff that come in here and they're cool. They send their people in here to watch the show. I don't see how gaming equates to what we do here on POLITI-SHOCK, but hey, we're open to everybody. As long as you have half a brain, you're welcome here. And for the overwhelming majority of people who have no brain, you're welcome here too. You come by always and you do nothing, contribute nothing, but hey, I guess you contribute to my numbers that other people care about so much more than I. So it's just interesting to see the social decline, if you will. You track these little things, you know what I'm saying? And it's rather entertaining. But whatever, I have no idea why I went there. This is kind of something I was thinking. Again, Hollis prepares for her shows. She doesn't prepare like her talking points or things like that, but she actually does prep and everything else. It's awesome. It's so cool to see. And then there's me. I literally said to her before, I'm like, thank God I don't do any prep for my shows, because why the hell would I? It's just go on here and essentially free ball it for hours and hours and hours on end. So it's what I do. And I've been away from you for a little bit. Returned on Tuesday night. We did our Rage of Aquarius live for 90 minutes on Tuesday night. And it actually was, quite honestly, it was one of my most favorite episodes of the Rage of Aquarius. I thought it was really cool. It was flowing. I sounded like I was screaming in a tunnel. This time it was me, because my sexy little webcam that is far more advanced that I know likes to track me around like hi government. He likes to watch me and do things and whatever. It focuses more on Hollis, so at least it has good taste. But apparently a setting was off because somebody clicked the wrong button, but I won't point fingers. And the webcam microphone was picking up my audio and not my mic. So I realized that last night while Hollis was on, and I heard her sound a little bit different, and I just clicked the button, and then poof, magic happens. So that was me, but it still came out pretty damn good. These webcams are impressive as hell. So thank you, big brother. You create beautiful things. But yeah, honestly, Rage was fun. And it's always fun. Don't get me wrong. It's a little bit different. Not so different from what we do here. And obviously, our POLITI-SHOCK's Hour of Rage is coming up at 11 p.m. Eastern tonight, where Josh joins me straight from Tel Aviv. And, he jumps in. BB gives him permission to use him like a hall pass for an hour. And the Christ Killer himself will come on the show, and we'll do what we do. And it's fun because we have a natural back and forth, a natural flow, if you will. And we like to talk about everything, rage and things, make fun of things, laugh at things. He could be a little bit more professional than I. I'm not good at being professional necessarily. It's just not my realm, I guess. I could try and fake it for you, but that would just be boring as all hell, and me being something other than myself. Tom Kelly, what's up? I just literally checked the chat room, and I suck at that too. If I ever had a producer, I wouldn't even know what to do with myself. I ever had somebody that actually pull that stuff up. I had it back in 2020 when Ace was here, and she would pull things up, and it freaked me out. What the hell is going on? I said something, and then it magically appeared on the screen. It was probably the way it should be done, but me. But Tom Kelly, what's up, bro? SmackDown versus Raw was a classic. Yes, it was. Damn it, they were fun, man. I've gotten none of the WWE too. I haven't played video games since 2010, so what the hell do I know? But that game was great. The old ECW games were fun too. I mean, it was, it was whatever. But I loved it. I loved it. Jim Tim, old guy with old balls. They still operate, so I guess you got that. What's up, James, man? Love you, brother. And just so you know, the other night, I wasn't trying to bring up anything harsh. I was just I received a notification about what right before I got on the show with Josh, and I was like, you people, disgusting. We would want anything to do with you. But love you, Jim. Thanks for being here, brother. And the balls are still intact, and even though I got sent all those Blue Chew pills for all those years, and I used to have fun with it. Like I said before, I would say during the great theft of 2020, if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction, go to, bluechew.com/VOP USA radio. It was a promo code. It was the only one. I did it because it was funny. All right. And I had to find my way around the censors, which I don't really do all that well. Hence why we built our own network. And, the socials stream us. We're on YouTube right now. Again, And it's kind of funny that YouTube is still showing POLITI-SHOCK because, again, I'll change this number every week, but it's not too far off from being accurate. This is YouTube account number 15,313. So the fact that it's actually airing POLITI-SHOCK live now doesn't save the videos to the account, but it airs it live. So again, kill all who come at you with a vaccine. I always said that. You try to rape my arm, I'm going to murder you. The vaccines are death shots. 2020 was definitely stolen. What else? What else could I bring up? It's still odd. It's weird. It's like something's happening. Maybe I bought it. Maybe I sold out. Who's there? Is Timbo there? Timbo, maybe I found out how to sign up to sell out. Maybe I'm doing something right. I don't know. I haven't even brought up Israel yet, really, other than making fun of Josh. So maybe because I had that revelation the other night that my mom's mom was Jewish, so therefore I have some Jew blood in me. So maybe I'm okay now. I don't know. Is that the thing? Or I gotta hate them? I don't know. I hate myself, self-hating Jews. Anyway, you gotta have fun with it. But what's up, chat room? Aaron, love you, brother. I'm happy you're healing from the surgery because I feel so bad that I got the date of your surgery wrong because I would have called. So I absolutely suck, and I apologize for that. And love you. And exactly, Maine. Right in, Dan Spiriglio. If you know what's good for you. I'm just saying. Jim Tim asks, how long will Trump keep the blockade? Now, as far as that goes, all right, and we're going to go into my little opening monologue-ish, like ×2, whatever, here shortly, whatever I want to, go into. But I think the blockade will remain intact for a few more weeks. Believe me, without getting ahead of anything, he's definitely not done. You're seeing the surge of ships now coming to the Gulf of America, which was intentional. And it is exactly what this country needed, exactly what Trump had anticipated. And if you think that he's just going to let it sit and wither and make deals with these people, I would say you're mistaken. Now, again, I could be wrong. And if that's the case, I'll admit it. But I'm going to say you haven't seen anything yet. I think the blockade will be going for a while. We're going to bleed them financially, make them feel the pain, take all the oil. Not take all the oil. We don't have to. Take all the business, make the enemies of America or the alleged enemies of America. China's an enemy. Russia, I'm sorry. I don't view them as an enemy. That's just me. Maybe I'm bad. And they're going to start buying from us, and we're going to be surging like never before. Gas is already starting to come down. I know the Jew haters and the new right in the woke Reich, if you will. Hi. They don't want to admit that because, Trump's the devil and he's possessed and he's whatever. But are their minds still in the straight? We have our minesweepers actually out there. They're deployed, and we've pretty much taken care of that. Are there still going to be some explosives out there in mines and treacherous waters? Of course there will be, but hopefully if one goes off, we kill 5,000 of them. I think that's fair trade, because these people only understand one thing, and it's not the Iranian people. They understand that they want the bombing to continue. You literally have pleas from the Iranian people to resume the bombing. Now tell me. Now I know the Candace dipshits of the world and the Alex Jones, that bloated midget whale. I can say that because I'm fat. All these other people, they want to tell you that it's like, oh my God, it's World War III. No, they're the neutered bitches. But the people are actually begging us to resume the bombing because they want them eradicated. And me not being a war hawk, not wanting war at all, because those of us who have gone through it, we tend not to want it unless it's necessary. But with Iran, it is necessary, and I want them all dead. I want every last member, every last ounce of bloodline of any of that regime to die. I don't care. I don't care if that sounds right, that sounds wrong, whatever. It's not feeding the war machine. It's righting a wrong that everybody else is too chicken shit to actually take care of. So it needs to be eviscerated completely. You need to gut it. You need to give the Middle East the enema that it deserves and have an ally there. Bottom line. So, and you know what? Timbo said it, and I think he's correct, because it depends on when Trump is going to China. He said a few weeks. So Xi's already caving, and it's going to progress quicker. And if Trump, because he rescheduled his original trip, so I think he'll be there before June. But you're spot on. This is done. This has very little to do with Iran. Iran is done. All right. When we could finish Iran off, whatever's left of it, and we inevitably will, at a time of our choosing. That's what it comes down to. And this is all done to basically bitch slap China, to neuter them like never before. Venezuela was to get Maduro whistleblowing and free those people, which he is, and things are progressing. Again, there's a correlation there. I know Tulsi Gabbard's going to be fired and resign any day, but for those of us in the real world, Tulsi's been putting out more and more stuff, revealing, declassifying everything else about 2020. And a lot of this information is coming, and a lot of the stuff regarding election engineering and electioneering and everything else in between, especially the rigged machines and Venezuela's involvement and China's involvement. That is stuff that we've known, but we couldn't verify. Well, guess who could verify such a thing and will sing like a bird because they want some semblance of freedom, and that's Nicolas Maduro. And you best believe he's singing, okay? And if you think otherwise, then, well, I don't know what to tell you, but you're kind of a dumbass. So a lot of these things are happening intentionally so, and it's being done with a bigger objective in mind. Now, the softcore morons of the world, the lobotomized zombies, the 500 vaccine type pin cushions of the government, they're too dumb, naive to understand this, or the FAGA or the woke Reich and the Jew hating, I love America more by hating the Jews than you. They know this too, but they're choosing a side. They're choosing their payday from whoever their handlers are. And their handlers might not be foreign. It might just simply be, our wonderful deep state, the intelligentsia. And again, I don't hate the Jews, but I hate the Mossad. I don't hate America, but I hate the CIA. You know what I mean? You get where I'm going with this? So you had best believe that this is all coordinated. And as I've said before, and I'll say again, one of the reasons why we did what we did with not just Venezuela and what the inevitable with Cuba. And I see these dumbasses on Facebook. Now he's going to invade Cuba. What about taking care of America? Like, oh, will you just shut up? Like, honestly, this world has passed you by. You're too dumb. You are that social media dependent age group. And unfortunately, these people that are saying this are in their 50s and 60s. That's a sad part. All right. They've become dependent on it as well because they actually believe everything they read. And that's the sad part. All right. Oh, Trump is denouncing Jesus, and Trump is invading Cuba, and Trump. Oh my God, really? Like, it's just, if it sounds a bit too far-fetched, then maybe it is. Trump is attacking Catholics. No, what is he doing? He's exposing Catholic charities. He's exposing the corruption and the rot. And let's be honest, the Pope, Mr. Pontiff, dipshit, whatever, who I could care less about. Pope means nothing to me. And I was, born Catholic, raised Catholic, everything else, but the Pope's a scumbag. If you choose, politics and taking sides and abortions and trannies and beheading jihadis over, those who actually believe in Catholicism and believe in faith and believe in loving Jesus. I love Jesus. I love God, but you're preaching that versus, like actually it was said, and it was rightfully said, why don't you tend to your own flock? Why don't you tend to cleaning up the pedophiles? And somebody, oh, you can't bring that up all the time. The church is bigger than that, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I know. So let's just say, well, we really shouldn't talk about the pedophiles. This is okay. Hey, I'm grateful because in Dingman's Ferry, Pennsylvania, as I've said before, Father Caparelli, may he burn in hell. May he continue to rot in hell, was one of the first priests, actually convicted with raping a friend of mine who was also an altar server. I guess I was lucky, and he died in jail of AIDS. And that was one of the big national cases. That's not me making it up. That's actually happened. And the church tried to cover it. And then he was fed to the media, and he was the sacrificial, whatever. And, it's sick. But that's not a condemnation of Catholics, you see. And what pisses me off more is my thoughts on organized religion aside, I don't want to see anybody blaspheming religion, especially religion that has been around for so long, and contorting it and making it what they need it to be. All right. It's disgusting. It's the same vein of Martin Luther King Jr., as I've used this example before, judged by the content of their character, not the color of their skin. Right. And then they have people these days saying what he really meant was, okay, so now you're going to reinterpret it. The Constitution. Oh, what it really meant was you're going to make it woke to satisfy and satiated masses, the dumbed down masses, because you need to see everything as you believe. And you don't even know what you believe. You believe your little clicks on TikTok, and you believe your little clips on YouTube and your reels. You live for this. This is your news now. This is where you get your information. It was bad enough when you got your information from the mainstream media, which has been, Mockingbird forever. But you literally see social media as your go-to source of reliable information. It's said, and James said it perfectly here, and he's 100% right. Religion versus relationship with the king. Amen. You know what? I love that. And I think that is essential. I don't fault people for having beliefs, but James also nailed it. And this is true. When Chrislam is brought up, the Pope taking sides and siding with Muslims, the same Muslims, and it's not a condemnation of all Muslims, but you know what? When your religion is based on extremism and, beheadings and jihad and all the wonderful things and Sharia and the disgusting things they do, and the Pope is spending his time siding with them, taking up for them, versus taking up for the people who happen to be Christian, Catholic, and everything in between in Iran, who are being slaughtered every day by their radical, tyrannical, Muslim extremist scumbags. So we should give the Pope a pass on that? No. The president had every right to bitch slap him back, and I love it. And I want to see more of it. If he wants to stick his stupid head into American politics or world politics, then he deserves to be be held accountable. There should be consequences, because you know what? You are not God, Pontiff. You are nothing. You are nothing. And I don't even subscribe to the ideology that the Pope is something, so special. And again, raised Catholic, but I must bow to the Pope. I bow to Jesus. I bow to God. I answer to God, not some dipshit with a freaking little and his little rings. Kiss my ring, kiss my ass in hell. Because you know what? And that's not an attack on Catholicism at all. It's not an attack on Catholics at all. But it's an attack on this Pope. And maybe I don't like the idea of it, because I think it's exactly the opposite of the Catholicism that I was raised on is, what it actually means. But who am I? I'm just a person with an opinion. But then you see, Pope again, Pontiff Schmuck getting involved and doing what he does. And basically it's like a condemnation of the Jews. We love the radical Muslims and everything else. So you know what, Pope, Pontiff, if you're so down with them, why don't you go to Carg Island, whatever the hell it's called, hold your sermons there, and God willing, when we end the Iranian problem, anyway, or why don't you clean up the pedophiles in your own church, and why don't you jump into the basement there and talk about some of the things down yonder, or please, speak to us about walls being bad. Speak to us about your virtue. Tell us that, the Bible is cool with using abortion as birth control. Cool. End of the day, the Pope is a piece of shit. He's a radical leftist scumbag, globalist whore, and I have no use for him whatsoever. So as far as I'm concerned, he can go straight to hell. And kudos to the president for treating him the way he deserves to be treated. And that goes with the rest of them. All right. So the other ones, again, this is what offends me, and it's genuinely, I'm actually defending versus condemning. All right. That's what it comes down to. Because I see Catholicism being used as the crutch by your grifting class, your Alex Joneses, your Candace Kelly, who had Charlie Kirk, visit her in a tampon, during her time of the month, or a blood clot spoke to her. And it was, I'm sorry to be graphic, but this is the type of crap we hear from Candace Owens. But then again, she is married to a, British royal, intelligentsia homosexual. So, hey, it is what it is. She's got better things to do. But, these people are being paid to do what they do. And one of the things they're doing now more than ever is utilizing Catholicism as the way to sow the divide. We have to turn on Trump because Trump is bad. Trump is bad. Trump is bad. Trump is bad. Radical Islam, good. Trump bad. Trump bad. Trump bad. That's what we keep hearing. Oh, I'll tell you right now. That bloated bitch. Alex Jones sit there and talk about, I apologize to Candace Kelly. Of course. Why would you have any integrity? Somebody that, listen, I met you in person. We took a picture together. You really are small. So, you're probably suffering from little man syndrome. You're a disgusting fraud, fake puppet too. And it doesn't even break my heart to say that, because I go back to when I was on the Alex Jones show in 2009. The heart of us doing rallies, and I see Patty Butts in the chat room. I love you, Patty. I miss you. I really hope we could talk one day. She knows all about the birth of Voice of the People, and there from the very beginning and the activism. But I remember being on the Alex Jones show and people like, oh, aren't you honored to be on the Alex Jones show? I'm like, I have no idea who the hell he is. And I did it. I had no idea. I had no concept. I didn't care. He was nice to me, whatever. It was great. It was fantastic. And then life went on. And then through the years and everything else, obviously I expanded my thinking, and InfoWars was kind of a place you can go and listen. And it's like, okay, this is good. But, something's a little wrong. Something's a little off. And again, I love you. I love you. Thank you, Patty. I really do miss you. She is one of the greatest people in the world. Such a great family. I miss Renee. I miss you. I hope you're all doing good. We really need to catch up. Such a genuinely great person is Patty Butts right there. She's not the dog, but the dog is beautiful too. Absolute beautiful soul. And I love her to death. And, I still think about Mr. Butts as well. And may he rest in peace. And I love the video that was just great. Anyway, that's for another story. But James said it right. It's spiritual warfare. They're utilizing and they're sensationalizing the need for divide, the need for division, and they're using it against you. So InfoWars, as again, it's like everybody saying, I love this too. They all do this. And it's at this point, it's mock, kind of like Epstein hanging himself. It's like, well, we dare not say the quiet part out loud that the Jews run everything, as said by every single person out loud, online, on TV. And it's okay. It's okay. And they act like they're doing something so controversial, right? Oh, doing something so wonderful. It's like Alex Jones. Like I use the example, I've been suspended everywhere. I'm telling you right now, they're coming after me. They're attacking me. If you hear me on the radio right now, you know how hard I have it being on only 3,000 radio stations across the country. ABC radio, CBS radio, NBC radio, WABC radio, like all these radio stations, he's getting paid millions and millions and millions of dollars and preaching about being censored. And people fall for it. And people give him more money. If you think, and comment ping pong, we gotta go there. Although I didn't mean what I said, the guy shot people, it wasn't my fault. And then what happens there? I'm not getting into conspiracies here, but what's come out about the whole Pizzagate thing, huh? What's coming out about it? Is it so, wrong or conspiratorial to bring up? No. But we have these people who use these things as a way to generate more income and to corral and control you. So they love Trump, they hate Trump. They love Trump, they hate Trump. And this isn't based on Trump. Listen, everybody knows I love President Trump. I have been a fan of him since I was in 6th grade, and I'm going to love the man till the day I die. I got to meet him in person, spend time with him, been to the White House. So I've gotten to see the man, real, raw, and like one of the greatest people I've ever met in my life. All right. Now, I don't say that often. One of the greatest people I ever met in my life. A genuinely good man who I love and appreciate and respect. Okay. All that aside, this has nothing to do with the defense of Trump. It has everything to do with, when you have the likes of Alex Jones out there saying all these things and thinking it's so controversial, but you're being played on literal national radio. You're being played and syndicated across radio everywhere. So is it really, scary to say these things? Is it really, talking about the deep state, I'm the tip of the spear. The tip of the spear. How'd you really get to, what was it? The thing that he infiltrated, the one where the all the friggin' late homosexual politicians go and they sacrifice, fake things to an owl. What is that thing called? Somebody in the chat room, I can't think of it for the life of me right now, but he went there. I infiltrated. He was probably invited, dude. Like, honestly, like these people they play the same game over and over and over and over again. They keep doing this to you. And they realistically, it's an intelligentsia op because they're trying to corral you, control you, own you, manipulate you, use you, activate you, or deactivate you. It's literally MK Ultra. It is MK Ultra sans the torture of puppies and everything else. Like, it's literally their way of controlling you in the modern day, and people still fall for it. Now, the veil has been lifted. These people are being exposed. So again, I'm leaving the Trump aspect out of this, and somebody who, my dad was right. People might have thought, that I was attacking Catholicism and getting mad at Catholics and everything else. No, it's quite the opposite. Realistically, what it was about is I'm upset that they're blaspheming the religion. And again, what Bohemian Grove, thank you, Timbo. Whatever religion you so choose, that, and I'm not going to go into it because it is what it is. But, all I know is I love God. I bend the knee to God. That's it. That's how I feel. But what upsets me is, and people could have their opinions on Catholicism and everything else. You know, I have mine. All organized religion, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not really a big fan of. But I still respect the sanctity and the historical context of it, right? These people who are trying to co-opt it and use it and weaponize it. This is worse than the CIA, ISIS. Oh, how dare I call them CIA? You know, what they were doing with their building their caliphate and everything else. Thank you, President Trump. Moab their ass straight to hell. There was no goats or virgins waiting for them. You know, like all this stuff. There we go. Oh, I love that. Thank you, James, for sharing that. I like when you pull this up online. When you pull this up online, it's hilarious. Claims regarding a sacrifice to an homosexuality are primarily associated with conspiracy theories concerning the Bohemian Grove, an exclusive all-male club in California. And I know what it says. Thank you for pulling that up, James. That is awesome. Because they go so far to, like, even the show House of Cards, literally, I love this show. And they literally reenacted it. And do you think they're not, like, telling you what they're doing as they're doing it? You know what I mean? It's so obvious we all know what goes on there. Mark Dice has explained it brilliantly in his books. I actually get to read the book myself. Hollis read it to me as we're taking long car rides back and forth to Maine. So thank you, Dad, for giving me the book. And MAGA Alliance for Trump, I see you in the backstage. I promise you I'm going to pull you on soon. I apologize. I love you all. So, like, you know, this has been known for some time. It sounds sick. It sounds crazy. Oh, you're crazy. You're this, you're that. But as time goes on, and even the normies are beginning to see, all the things we have spoken about and talked about and put out there to the world have actually been proven correct. And do I sit here and say I was right? No. Because as I've said always, I'm the opposite. I'm the anti-Alex Jones. I'm the guy who's been banned starting with MySpace, and the list goes on, okay? Really banned. Who's never aspired to be anything more than just a truth teller. Anything more than just somebody who likes to confront bad people and bad things. You know, somebody like Patty could tell you, like, I didn't talk about back in the day, like, I'm going to run for office, I'm going to do this, going to do that. No, and it's nothing like that at all. It was about confronting evil and trying to help people and go after and combat something that was oppressing people. You know, that's how I've always felt. That's what's in my blood. That's who I am. So Alex Jones was right. Alex Jones was right. Alex Jones was right. Good for you. What have you done to change anything? I've awakened everybody to what? To what? You are the handlers of your audience, and you are handled. Your father was CIA, intelligentsia. You are obviously you're paid to do what you do. Which you look at it now, it's entertaining. It really is entertaining. Of course, you have the other side, the high pitch bitch club, as I always like to say. Somebody please make the t-shirt. HPB, high pitch bitch. Shapiro, Tim Pool. I can't put them in the same lump as what's his name? Is nuts. Nick Fuentes. Literally, I think I've crapped out something bigger than him. You know, like another one. There's an old lady with a gun at my house. Oh, I'm a victim, and everybody's saying, "Oh, God bless you, Nick Fuentes," even though I don't like you. Oh, you poor man, you poor man. This should never happen to anybody. It should never. Shut the hell up. You know what? I wish Grandma would have finished the job. Is that a wrong thing to say? You know what? Maybe karma comes calling, people. And again, God put a warrior spirit inside of me, so I don't give a damn if it offends, because there are consequences for your actions. There are consequences for your words when you do nothing but attack and spew hate. I spew hate towards the enemies of freedom, towards the enemies of religion, of liberty, of peace. But people like that do nothing but what they're paid to do. And then somebody found his house. I think it was like an old lady with a gun. And everybody's sitting there online, like all rallying around him. Like, you know, you kiss my ass in hell. Who was there when the MS-13 came for me in 2008? Huh? Who was there? What are the Latino kings? Who was there? Did anybody rally around me? You know what? But then again, we would have rallies and our enemies would be right there. And what do? Did we run? Oh my God, let's get our phones and take video. Nope. You jump the barricade, confront them and say, let's go. When we protested Vicente Fox, the Mexican president, at the FM Kirby Center in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, and some of our people got attacked by the early forms of Pantifa, you know, what happened? Guess what? The people fought back and we beat their ass. And that's exactly what needs to happen. Karma should come calling. And that brings me back to what I was saying before. And oddly enough, now Tim Pool is like all over the place, but Tim Pool now is back to saying intelligent things. And Ben Shapiro is speaking truth, all right? This doesn't mean I like these people, all right? For anybody who knows me, you know I've been around longer than them. That means anything, believe me. Their bank accounts prove that one. But it's honest to God, it's hard for me because I don't like listening to anybody. I don't like watching anybody. I don't like listening to anybody. I watch Holistics Monday through Friday at 7 o'clock, that because I love what she does and I support what she does. And quite frankly, it's non-political. That's what I actually enjoy watching. You know what I mean? James, right. All of us will face judgment. Bottom line, you're all gonna face Jesus, regardless of your belief. But I digress. So these people are bastardizing the Catholic faith, and if this was Methodist, Protestant, if it was being done to whomever, maybe not Muslim, it was being done to anybody, I would have this same stance. But it happens to be a little bit of a personal subject for me because, again, I grew up with it. So all these things that they profess, your Candace Owens of the world, and whomever else. I mean, take your pick. They're all doing it. They're all using Catholicism as their crutch. So they're good Catholics and they're real Catholics by supporting the left, condemning Trump, hating the Jews, supporting Iran. That's not Catholicism. Okay? That's not Catholicism. So I would appreciate it. And this is where it infuriates me. I would appreciate it if you would kindly all collectively go fuck yourselves and, do the world a favor and maybe off yourselves. And that's not the good religious thing to say either, but I don't care because what you do is disgusting. What you do has caused real world consequences and has hurt people and is hurting people and is pulling people astray, making people question their own faith, themselves, whatever it may be, questioning themselves, and not for the good reasons. Not for the good things. Like when people say, what's your plan? What's your plan? Says keyboard warrior douchebag. I don't have a plan. I have truth. And I'm unafraid to speak it, whether it's in public or whether it's behind this microphone. I'm owned by nobody. I'm paid by nobody. We need to raise $400 in the next 2 weeks. Did you know that? And I guarantee you, we have over 8 million people listening to the show now. 8 million people. We've been steady around 8, right? It goes 8.1, 8.3, 8.6, 8, whatever. Still, nobody donates. Because I know the captive audience that I have and the good ones out there, and I love you. And the ones who have donated, I love you so much. And I don't want any more of your money. But the other ones, I honestly believe these are like my peeps, my crew, if you will, that have followed me for years and years and years. They watch me. I'm not a threat to them, but I'm one of the biggest threats to them because they don't want me to say too much and I won't go away. I'm too damn stubborn. I'm not paid off. I can't be bought off. They could take your house. They could kill your family. They could make you sick. They could do whatever they want to you, take your job, everything else, but I still won't go away. I know who they are. There's a reason why I haven't been sued yet. There's a reason why nobody will go that route with me. And I wish to God they would. And that's a terrible thing to say, but I wish they would because discovery would be amazing, but they'll never do it. Because I'm unafraid to go there. And I also say things that I could back up. And James Tim, do you think Erica Kirk is bad? The question from the chat room to my longtime brother, James Tim. You know what? Here's what it comes down to with Erica Kirk. I think what people are saying and doing and these grand conspiracies, I think they're sick. All right. Do I think she's bad? No. Do I think she killed her husband? No. Do I think she's a foreign agent? No. Do I think Turning Point is good? No. Turning Point, intention or otherwise, there's a lot of money coming through. A lot of things being done that aren't really benefiting the regular population. We're getting people registered. We're taking care of this. We're taking care of that. But they ignored so many others. And I'm not knocking Charlie, who I knew, again, who I met in Arizona when he was just out of high school and everything else. And we were friends and we spoke back and forth and everything else. And I'm happy he was successful. He was good at what he did. But there was a little bit too much establishment stink on that, but good work was done. I'm not going to deny that. but there's also a lot of stuff that was done that was questionable, as was it's with everything. People like me, you know, and I'm not saying that I'm so wonderful. People like me are kind of a rare breed because we're an open book. We have nothing to hide. We live our lives kind of in the public sphere, you know, whether you see it or not is another thing, but nothing to hide because we're not, I'm a nobody. I'm a nothing, you know. I don't feel like, you know, like, oh, I'm nothing. Please feel sorry for me. No, it's when you have nothing to hide and integrity is key, you put yourself out there and you don't care. So other things that may have good intention don't necessarily do only good. And I'm not saying Charlie Kirk was like deceptively evil and everything else. I'm not doing that at all. Just like I don't think Erica Kirk is some like, oh my God, you know, the aliens abducted her when she was 11 from Tel Aviv. And then she was sent back down in Bibi's basement and they gave her probes. And then she actually, you know what? It's a perfect segue. I'm going to play this video for you real quick. I promise you I'm going to end after that, wrap it up, and then go to MAGA Alliance for Trump. But this sounds about right. I didn't even mean to do this. I'm on a segue quick this week from the Rage of Aquarius the other night to this. It's just perfect. So here, let me share my screen with you and play this. Here we go. And let's get this on the screen. And it's because it's genuinely, it's appropriate. It's appropriate.
All right, you guys. I have a show for you. Do we have a show today? We're going to be covering what's really going on because some things just don't add up. They just don't add up. And we're going to take a journey. We're going to take a journey to uncover the truth. And we're so close, you guys. We're so close. As many of you know, I've been gathering information from my mommy sleuths, those who live near Erica Kirk and around Erica Kirk, and they have told me some very interesting information, some very interesting things that are just bizarre. Sources have told me that while Charlie was alive, him and Erica Kirk actually lived in the same house, and Erica would monitor his every move. They spent a lot of time together. Sources have told me that they even slept in the same bedroom, okay? Which is bizarre. I don't know why you would do that. I don't know how you could sleep and share a bed with somebody. I don't know how you could do that, and that would certainly affect your sleep. But Charlie was controlled. Charlie was clearly controlled. Apparently, Erica cooked for him. She cooked him meals, which means not only was his schedule controlled, but his diet, the very food that he would eat, was monitored and controlled, okay? To have somebody in the same house as you all the time, monitoring your every move, controlling what you do, controlling what you eat for breakfast, for lunch, and diner, all three meals, okay? Something doesn't feel right. Doesn't add up. Other sources close to the Kirks informed me that Eric and Charlie would engage in these rituals in which they would literally exchange bodily fluids, okay, in some sort of experiment to try to make children. They would try to make children in this satanic ritualistic way, okay? This was some sort of act, some sort of experiment, likely funded by Israel, funded by the Mossad. They would do this to create human beings, especially children. This was obviously, it's so obvious. This was some sort of trafficking ring that Erica Kirk was engaged in her own house, using Charlie in order to create people, to create children. And this is just bizarre. I don't know why you would do that. I don't know why you would exchange bodily fluids. I don't know why you would engage in these acts. It just seems like a waste of time and supplies. But something's going on here. Something doesn't feel right. And this is just weird. This is just bizarre. And I know this because I'm married. I have a husband, okay? And obviously we do not share a bedroom. We do not share a house. We live separate lives, which is normal. And it's normal. Tune in next week, guys, and I'll teach you how to make him a sandwich so you control your husband's food too. Darling, just the sausage in a bun, please.
I love it. Just a sausage in a bun, please. I enjoy that because that is an accurate depiction of what it's like to listen to a Candace Owens. So these are your voices of wisdom and your voices now and your spiritual leaders as to what Catholicism in America looks like in 2026. That is blasphemy. That is just the definition of disgusting, you know? And it's, what do you even say? So that's my problem. You know, if you attack Christians, you attack Catholics, you know, whatever it may be. I'm bothered by, you know, I've been in this game long enough and I've met all these people and seen all these things. And I know what they do and how they operate, and they're doing it. And I thought this day and age, maybe people will be more awakened to it. But unfortunately, they're not. So it's beholden upon people like myself and the few other ones out there to call out these people. And also, maybe instead of me yelling and screaming like I do, it's an emotional reaction. It's not like I plan it. Believe me. Please, no, I don't. But it's beholden upon people like myself to call these people out and, you know, in my case, elaborate on what I mean when I go on some of my rants, because again, I don't put like a little disclosure like, hey, I'm going to rant now and it's going to be about what I really mean is this, that's on me. That's my fault. But you see, I can accept responsibility for that. I accept responsibility for everything that I say. I don't hide from what I say. I don't care if it offends. I don't care if it whatever. But, you know, I think one thing we all have in common, regardless of anything else, and maybe there's some out there that don't, and maybe there's atheists out there, and I hope they find their path. But, you know, we do love God. We do love Jesus. And I don't care about going after the people that are bastardizing religion, bastardizing what's sacred. And that bothers me. Bottom line. So, all right. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to play a quick video for you all. And then when I come back, I'm going to bring on MAGA Lions for Trump. Thank you all for waiting so patiently in the backstage area. I was a little impassioned this evening, so I just wanted to kind of go into it a bit. So enjoy this video that you've probably seen 1,000 times before, and we'll be back in a little over 2 minutes.
The poorest way to face life is to face it with a sneer. There are many men who feel a kind of twisted pride and cynicism. There are many who confine themselves to criticism of the way others do what they themselves dare not even attempt. There is no more unhealthy being, no man less worthy of respect than he who either really holds or feigns to hold an attitude of sneering disbelief toward all that is great and lofty, whether in achievement or in that noble effort which, even if it fails, comes to second achievement. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again. Because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds? Who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat.
Are you a whining, sniveling little apologist? Are you a psycho-babbling snowflake? Part of the victim culture and all of the global elite that want to destroy our God-given freedoms? Are you a pussy? If so, turn it up, because we love pissing you off. This is Voice of the People USA Radio. Engage and rage. And rage. Pure, unadulterated truth guaranteed. This is Voice of the People USA Radio. And this is Dan Smeriglio.
An oldie but a goodie. Welcome back to POLITI-SHOCK, everybody. I am Dan Smeriglio. This is the Voice of the People USA Radio and Television Network, heard live worldwide in 191 countries by over 8 million people every Thursday night. And of 8 million people, 3 have donated. Three. So I'd like to say it's funded by viewers like you, but honestly, it's not. It's funded from our damn pockets and the same 3 people that, give their hard-earned money to us, and I love them for it, but they need to stop. But so thank you to the 3 and the rest of you. What the hell's wrong with you? I'm only not kidding at all. But nevertheless, the apps, VOP USA Radio, search it on Android and Apple. You could download our app for free. Do it. It's pretty damn cool. It looks just like the website. The website, VOPUSARadio.com, and find us live on Roku, Apple, Fire, and Android TV. Search VOP USA and you will find our apps, and you can see my big ugly face yelling at you live on television. That's right, if that is your thing. So I urge you to please go and do it. And remember, we are doing at 11 p.m. Eastern tonight, live filming, if you will, of the POLITI-SHOCK Hour of Rage with my brother from Rage of Aquarius, which airs Sunday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern, Josh Bernstein, another OG, so he will be flying in here, and we'll be doing our thing at 11 p.m. And before we get to that, we have our returning friends whom I genuinely love, and they become a fixture, and they really need to get their show on, and that's on me because I was away for over a week, and life got in the way, and I suck. And when it's a 2-person operation, it's not easy to do. So that's totally on me. But we have with us Joe, Jason, and Charlene from the MAGA Alliance for Trump. And they are about to tear it down and talk everything that you need to know about the real world of politics, the real world of elections, what's actually going on, because they're regular people, not paid schmucks, paid political whores, doing what they're told to do, but genuine people who invest their own time, energy, money, and hours and hours and hours and hours. I know it's the same as time, to give you realistic information and to try to give you the best information. So welcome them to the show. And I apologize for being late, everybody. I suck. I felt, I had a dream, and somebody spoke to me in my dream and said that you have to go on an impassionate rant about what's going on with the state of Catholicism and religion and the new divide. I just felt like I had to do this, so I'm sorry. So I apologize to you all. Good evening.
Nothing to be sorry about. Nothing to be sorry about. I'm a rural country dude. I'm not one of those guys that has to run around. Oh, I gotta get this text message in real quick. I gotta check on social media. What's going on? I don't have time. I gotta check the next Twitter post. I'm not one of those people. Take your time. I take my time out here, and if people don't like it, you know what I can do with it.
That's right. That's right. And you see that shirt that Mr. Joe is wearing there. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a handmade shirt by Hollis's hands. It wasn't me. If I would have tried spray painting it, I would have screwed it up. I know, because I did try and I screwed up one, and we didn't have that many shirts that we bought, and it was not cool. But Hollis is hardcore, everything handmade, everything done. I mean, I'm so happy that you won, obviously so, deservedly so, but you framed everything we sent you and you're wearing it. And I know it's not as flashy as one of those drop ship things like, hey, order my shirt and, we take $1 and everything else and we go and buy it and do it ourselves. But, it's that personal touch. So, Joe, thank you.
Well, thank you guys. I love the personal touch. Like I said, I got my babies on my wall up here. Those are always going to be there.
That's awesome. I love that. It's an honor. It honestly is. And I mean that sincerely. I appreciate you guys so much, guys and gals. more than you know. And again, I apologize to you for not having your show on yet. That's on me, and we're going to make that right real quick. And
there'll be time for that.
Oh, I know, but it's important because the work you do is important. I genuinely love you all. I mean that sincerely. Charlene has been amazing since we met over a year ago now, I guess. And Joe, same as you. And Jason, you're the one who found me, brother. And Jason is just, I can see it now. One day we're gonna have shirts for this segment alone, and there's gonna be something ninja and Jason combined. All right, like an assassin. Like he's an assassin. There's nobody who knows more about every race in this country than Jason Dahl. The man is a legit legend. I say that sincerely with love in my heart. You are a beast, and I love you. You all do. But Jason's special. So because of that, I'm going to start with ladies first, Charlene, because when Jason talks, I just shut up. I just let him go because I learn more in his dialogue than I ever do from I never listen to my own crap anyway. But like literally, I learn more from him in 10 minutes than I'll learn, 2 weeks of watching the news. So Charlene, what's going on with you? You're up first.
Well, I want to add something to your first segment. How about all these people shut up and try to help us save this country? Amen. When you was up there ranting, I thought to myself, all you people that's on TV, why don't you get behind some of these great patriots and help us get rid of these rhino rats? And we just saw how 6 of them yesterday proved their point that they are rhino rats. 6 of them decided to choose illegals over U.S. citizens. I'm still mad over that, but I've got 1 candidate and 5 down to go. And we've got one against Maria. How do you pronounce her name? Joe Saliver?
Maria Elvira Salazar.
Thank you. Anyway, we have got a candidate, Victor Michael Aris, and
Vincent
we've
Michael
got 5
Eric.
more candidates to go. And another thing that happened, you said something you was wanting to talk about Swalwell. Well, his little best buddy, Senator Ruben Gallego, apparently they, and this is a no-no, they went and used campaign funds for a luxury vacation. And I got to hand it to Anna Paula Luna this week because she ousted 2 of them. She gave them a choice. Swalwell and what's his name? Gonzalez. She either told them they either resign or she would expel them. So they decided to. And one thing I really want to say on that is if you're going to make them resign, they need to give up their pension because of the criminal effects that they were doing. They need to give up that pension. And we've got 2 more coming by the end of this week, or I was hoping by tomorrow. Mills and what is the other one? Sheila McCormick. She stole $5 million out of the FEMA funds. So they know they've got proof, and they've had, I guess, she's pleading out or something, or trying to. Well, they need to expel her too. Well, Rubio Gallego, there is no way that he didn't know about Swalwell. And if he used campaign funds, that needs to be Anna Paula Luna's next target. And do you want to hear some good news on Lindsey Graham?
Yes.
Getting rid of him, that is. I watched a show this evening, and Mark Lynch was on there, and he said that Paul Dance, because he endorsed Mark Lynch, that's probably going to give him all those voters. Right now, Rhino Graham is polling about 41%, but when they get in there, actually, Mark Lynch, he'll get about 34% plus that 11%. And Graham, according to him, when it comes down to the ballot, he'll get about 23%. We may get rid of Graham this time. And we need to really push him out, Joe. And anybody else want to talk?
Let me go ahead and get mine in because Jason has the grand finale here for us. Yeah. I want to talk a bit about Ohio because our primary is coming up in 19 days on May the 5th. We are solid on this team for Heather Hill for governor of Ohio. We have given her a complete and total endorsement. We all know that Vivek Ramaswamy pulled the same kind of thing that Eric Swalwell and Ruben Gallego did. He used campaign donor funds on a luxury resort in Puerto Rico. So he is totally 100% untrustworthy, besides calling us all lazy and stupid and wanting to replace American citizen workers with Indian workers. We don't need that kind of guy in this state, and I don't ever want him to be in control of my state. So Heather Hill is a lady we need. She totally stays on message. She stays on policy. She is all about protecting senior citizens from losing their homes to the high cost of living and these property taxes. He wants the property taxes totally eliminated. And she's all about farmers, saving our farmlands. And that, to me, of course, being a rural resident is a key issue. So that is really important. So Heather Hill is our lady for that seat for governor. Marcel Sturbish is our superstar for Secretary of State. Marcel has gotten very popular in the state. I am totally confident he is going to win that seat. So Marcel Sturbish is our man for that. And as far as other seats in Ohio goes, we do have a problem getting rid of Marcy Kaptur. She has been in that seat in her Congress for 40 years. She is a Democrat. She has done nothing for the state. We have Derek Marin, who we are going to give our complete and total endorsement to very shortly. Derek Marin is our best choice. Jim Jordan and Mike Turner have been running untested forever, and I'm certain, Dan, that it's the same situation as the main GOP protects Susan Collins from MAGA challengers. The Ohio GOP is protecting those two reprobates.
Amen.
I wouldn't doubt it. Because I've seen a post earlier today. Jim Jordan's been in Congress for 19 years, and what has he really produced beyond strongly worded letters? Nothing. Nothing. So we're going to do something about those two. They can't last forever. That's all I can say. They can't last forever. So that's what's going on in Ohio. You know, we got a lot of problems in the state. We got to get the right people in. So I will be ready to vote at the polls on May the 5th. I am so ready to go. I want to end my little part of this session with discussion about Maria Elvira Salazar. She is all about passing this Dignidad Act that she has introduced. And that must be killed. And that means Maria Salazar has got to go. No exceptions for Florida 27. She is a full-blown Marxist communist with an R next to her name. She cannot be in the next session of Congress when they start the 120th Congress. We've got to get rid of her. We have Vincent Michael Arias. He goes by V. Michael Arias. We endorsed him immediately. It only took 1 hour of research on him to know that he is the man that we need. And we are backing him up 100%. So I'm going to urgent post on him and urge everybody to please share that post everywhere. I had called my Senator Bernie Moreno and the other guy, John Husted. I also called David Taylor, Congressional District, and telling them to make sure you vote no on that Dignidad Act. It must not be passed in any way, shape, or form.
Boom. Boom. That was brilliant. I love it.
Thank you.
100% correct on everything. And Timbo put up there too. If you look in the chat room, people, it was 10 people who betrayed us, and the names are there, and it's disgusting. But you expect that from us. You know, and again, ladies and gentlemen out there, if you're not watching, you're only listening to this on the radio side, please, you know, do your research, do your due diligence. If you see the description for this show, you'll find where you could find, you know, the MAGA Alliance for Trump and all of them. Get their information, get it on Getter, and do your research and realize that what they're telling you is the gospel and is God's honest truth versus the puff paid pieces and the commercials and all the other fluff crap that you see. So heed what they're saying, because it's for the embetterment of this country and all of us. So with that being said, it's time. We should have like a lead in for him. You know, we really should. We should have like some type of like music or something and like an intro.
Drum roll.
Yeah, just for Jason's segment. Wait, do I have? Let's see if I have a drum roll anywhere. I don't know if I do. Hollis would know better than I. She plays with all this crap. Me, oh no, all we have is gongs. That's too weak. Whatever. Jason, my brother.
Just don't turn the helium voice on him, please.
No,
okay?
No. She's learned though. No helium voice. Jason, let him have it, my brother.
I'm gonna start with Virginia. That referendum on Tuesday needs to go down. You need to vote no on that referendum. Virginia, what they're trying to do is redistrict. Go from 6-5 to 10-1, and they want Fairfax. They want to redistrict, and like you're gonna lose your rural Virginia. It rules Virginia. You're gonna lose that. We need to beat that referendum on Tuesday. It's you will go from 6-5 to 10-1. You need to vote no. The election is on Tuesday, April 21st. We could very well lose the House if we don't beat that referendum. That needs to go down. We can't let that pass. And Ron DeSantis had called during the call a special session. I think it's on April 28th, I believe the date is, to redistrict. I'm calling on Ron DeSantis. You need to redistrict all 8 seats. You can't redistrict 2 to 5 seats, whatever you're doing. You can't redistrict that. Debbie, let me tell you this. Debbie Wasserman Schultz has been in office for years. She has been in office for a long time. That is one district I want to redistrict. That Sheila, that's another one I want to redistrict. And now I'm going to get to Thomas Massey. Thomas Massey is one of the biggest frauds in Congress that I have ever seen. He is the biggest fraud. President Trump is for the working people, and Thomas Massey voted no on the big, beautiful bill. And then, Thomas Massey and biker scene did yesterday. Boone County rejected a resolution to endorse Thomas Massey 50 to 28. They're tired of Thomas Massey. He needs to go come next month. And then we've got some other ones Indiana's the big one. We've got the one that voted no to redistrict on that. We need to get them out. We've got to get them out. Thomas Massey, the big one. And then I don't know who's not fed up with him yet. I seen one poll the other day with last week that I seen who's supporting Thomas Massey. Then I think there's a good chance. And I think Ken Paxton is going to win this race for the Senate of Texas. I think John Cornyn just needs to drop out and be gone already. And I think, let me tell you this about Hannity. Hannity has Lindsey Graham on a lot, and I'm getting tired of it.
Oh, good Lord.
He is having him on a lot lately. All he is, President Trump is trying to end it in Iran. He didn't doubt it, war. He's trying to end it in Iran. I doubt about President Trump. I don't like some of his endorsements that he's made. And let me we need like with Thomas Massey, we just need to get rid of him next month. And somebody put this out. This is going to actually be how President Trump is in his next 2 years. How it is. Because if we don't get rid of him, and I heard that if he wins, he might run for governor. He isn't going to win anyway. Trump voters will just stay home in the general. They're not going to vote for him. And let's talk about almost some other things about Montana. Everyone is going to have to watch Montana on June 2nd. The legislature. We could get rid of a lot of them in the legislature. The Uniparty Rhinos and the fake Republicans in there. The Montana Freedom Caucus has been endorsing, like you haven't believed. They have been endorsing American First conservatives, true conservatives, and real conservatives for the legislature. They're trying to get rid of the Uniparty Rhinos and fake Republicans. And let me just and that Eric Swalwell special election I just seen Gavin Newsom scheduled that on August 18th it is, and I just seen with Tom Stewart for governor of California, he wants to open the borders. Okay, he wants to open borders. We have got to get, and I like him. He needs to win this race. Steve Hilton is our man. is our man for governor of California. Like President Trump says, and he's right on this, he can turn that state around. He can turn it around. He understands. And people are saying, oh, I seen somebody going as an establishment candidate. No, he's not, okay?
No, it's not.
Okay? And let me just, and then you talked about the one that voted for the, to keep the Haitians in our country. Don Bacon isn't running again. He's retiring. So we have a good I haven't endorsed him yet. And then we have a candidate for that seat. And I called my congressman, Troy Downing, and my senators, Tim Sheehy and Steve Dane. Of course, they got their staff. And I told them, all three, whoever I was talking to, can you tell Troy Downing, Tim Sheehy, Steve Dane to vote no on the Dignity Act. It's amnesty. Thank you. That is what I told them. You want to respond?
I was on mute. I did that because I didn't want to run the risk of interfering. You know, like honestly, there's so much there. And what it really comes down to is, let's go back. Massey is just a putrid, vile scumbag. I loathe him. I loathe everything about him. I've always hated. I hate his face. I hate his voice. I hate his very existence because he is the definition of establishment scum who is just sent in to be the little, deceiver, if you will, to act like he was for the people and still claims to be more for the people, if you will. And he's putrid trash. And I would love to see him get his ass handed to him in the primary, because that would be the biggest blow, the biggest way to hurt somebody that egotistical, that pompous, that douchey. He's going to have all his, correspondent spots in CNN and all his little libtard books and everything else he could ever want, because he's a love child of the left and the establishment. So let's just do the world a favor and beat him badly in the primary and have him hang his head in shame and go away. All right. So, and then to Charlene, what you said before, Anna Polina, as far as I'm concerned, is one of like maybe 2 or 3 in Congress that I actually love, and everybody else can go and she can stay. I think she's doing damn good work, and it's refreshing to see, and there's more coming. And that also goes into my challenge that it's a long.
Yeah, let's hope she stays on this row.
Yes, and I want her to badly, because I think she's doing a damn good job right now. And like I said, hashtags still confuse me, because every time I see one, I just want to play tic-tac-toe. But whatever, and or call it a number sign. But if it was hashtags, release the slush fund files. Because what goes on in Congress is billions and billions and billions of dollars spent of our taxpayer dollars to cover up rape, murder, sexual depravity, torture, harvesting, things like you could never possibly imagine. This is real. And it makes the Epstein files look like a children's book, okay? And you never hear word one of it. That's what needs to be released. And whoever masters got pissed off with Swalwell and the other one, they decided to hang them out to dry. Maybe it's opening the eyes a little bit of people to realize there's something bigger, darker, and deeper going on with, our entire body of Congress that needs to be revealed, declass, and they need to be taken out. And I'm talking legally, of course, even though I think the other one, but they need to be taken out, because these are evil people doing illegal acts, and it's disgusting, and we're funding it. We're footing the bill. All right. So there's that. As far as everything else goes, Lindsey Graham is always and forever going to be just a rancid piece of trash. It's funny when he plays the MAGA card and he dances around like a good little puppet, but he likes to dance. He's lighting the loafers. So, it's good for him. He could be a little pretty sprite. Wee, I'm Lindsey. Be all the girl that he wants to be. He can go finally get a sex change done when he's out of the Senate. That's what needs to happen. Okay. So I can't state enough. He needs to go. And whom else? I mean, there's so much there, Jason. I mean, there's Florida. There's
DeSantis is a neocon, is a fraud, is a fake. I've hated him forever. I hated him when he was in Congress. I hated him as governor. I always seen through him. I see him for what he is. Just like you have Lauren Boebert out now talking about, the Wiener laptop, and she's gonna, subpoena for it to be, discovery again and everything else. I'm talking about people dying, and Lauren Boebert saying all the right things, doing all the right things. That's because too much heat came on her because people see through her as well, being the fake fraud that she is. So if anything good comes from her existence, which unless you're a weird little simp cuck Democrat, office worker getting a hand job from her in a movie theater, I don't know what else good can come from her, but maybe if she does something with Wiener's laptop, fantastic. So say the right things. Don't trust her as far as you could throw her, but whatever. We'll see what happens. Mark Lynch needs to win. We've already, I just can't say that enough. I really want him on this show. I really, really do. Let's see, Montana. I'm not going to speak to because you know it better than anybody. We need, again, I defer you to what Jason said about the names and who needs to be where they need to be because he knows what he's talking about. Let's see. I'm messing. I'm forgetting. Oh, the
Can I add
redistricting.
something?
Oh, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
One thing that I had to get onto somebody about earlier. I was having a conversation with one of the people on Getter, and the Democrats seem to have everybody completely psyched out. Do you know how many shows up for the primary to vote usually? Anywhere from 10 to 20%. That's it that shows up at because the Democrats have got everybody psyching off. Oh, heck, we've got massive fraud. If that was true, no Republicans would ever be elected. So I'm telling everybody, do not give into this. Go vote. If we can get everybody to go vote, we can replace a bunch of these rhino rats and a heck of a lot of Democrats. But we're going to have to need everybody engaged. Do you know how many showed up for the Arkansas runoff that we just had? 11%.
Disgusting.
1.7 registered voters, and a grand total, I think, was less than 100,000. It's ridiculous. I thought to myself, people need to get their heads out of the sand, get off the couch, and go vote. I got onto this guy and I was trying to explain to him that it's more than just about complaining. We need your head in the game. You need to go vote. Find you a candidate that you can get behind. All the incumbents has got to go, as far as I'm concerned. I can count on one hand how many we need to keep because I've researched every single one of them. I know all 535 incumbents, and we've got a problem, and it's up to us to fix it. So I highly encourage you to, if whatever state you're in, go find your candidates, find somebody you can get behind. You've got 6 months. That's all. You've got 6 months. Help all of us out that's working behind the scenes. Joe, you got anything to say? We can talk about Arkansas.
I would definitely going to say I would like you to update everybody on the Sarah Huckabee Sanders situation and what's going on with our new candidate, Colt Shelby. Colt Shelby is a very important man, and we need to get him out there and why he decided to run as an independent instead of a Republican. Everybody needs to know these things, so if you could kindly elaborate on that.
No, libertarian.
Libertarian? Okay.
Libertarian.
You know what
the reason why he's running as a libertarian, the reason why he's running as a libertarian, I've had to explain this to everybody. Miss Sarah Huckabee Sanders had a hand in it to raise these fees. Cost you $40,000 to run as governor. Colt Shelby decided to run as a libertarian so that he could take her on, and it cost only $500 to sign up as a libertarian. And he's just like us, but he took her to court and he won. We need him to win because our legislator yesterday couldn't even ban Sharia law. They put their citizens last. And I thought, this is supposed to be a Republican legislator, and they couldn't even ban Sharia law. And most people don't know this. I mean, they're slowly finding out. But in the middle of Little Rock, there's a 35,000 square foot mosque going up with community, and it tells on their website that Sharia law will be enforced, and you have to sign an agreement. And I guess the wake up call, since the mayor there in Little Rock seems to be caving to them, is pretty soon we're going to get to hear loudspeakers playing the Muslim call to prayer 5 times a day.
Right.
And I wonder what all the residents are going to say around that. You got anything to say on that, Joe?
Saying that anybody that is allowing Sharia law to take hold in a state like Arkansas, every single leader responsible has got to be booted the hell out. Okay, Sarah Huckabee Sanders showed us what she really is with this situation. Her time has got to be done. I want Polk Shelby to be strongly supported, and I want him to win. He's going to be the one chance that Arkansas is going to have to turn this around, because Sarah's got to go. She's just got to go. There's just no other way to say
it. The fact that we even have to have these conversations, especially in a place like that, is just mind-numbing to me, and it's sick. What is it seems like the crutches, right? The oldie but a goodie is always, Muslims and radical Muslims and Shiites and all this other crap they do. This is their simple fallback, and Catholicism. It's interesting how these are like the two big things. You're hearing these Muslims, everything popping up everywhere. And as I spoke about earlier, the attacks against Catholics and Catholicism and everything else. It's interesting, the dynamic, it's truly, truly interesting, because what is with this obsession with these radical scum? Now, we know the Muslims are, intelligentsia pawns and used to, do their acts of terror and used to this and used to that, whatever, because they're good little puppets is what they do. They're all followers. So it makes you wonder what they're setting up for and trying to blame it on something else to spawn something bigger, everything, blah, 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 blah. It's so transparently obvious. But, Arkansas, of all places, it's interesting. It's really, really interesting to see something like that happen there. I mean, that's not like the left trying to move in and take over anymore. This is just, they're sending like their first squad out now to take over. Their hit squad. The radical Muslims. Get them in there. Let them do the dirty work, and then the Democrats will just do what they do. I mean, it's obviously the plan to take over the red states, but unfortunately, I think somebody like Sarah is part of that plan as well. It goes back to the uniparty tenets of utilizing, just like the CIA did, John McCain and Lindsey Graham palling around with these freedom fighters in the Mideast, which later became ISIS, lo and behold, right? All their money, all their funding, their social media presence, everything else. I mean, it was something set in motion. That's not even conspiratorial of me to say. It's just, there were pictures, there were videos, and you just wonder, gee, how do these people go from nothing, these, obsolete, nobody's in a desert, to now all of a sudden, they're beheading everybody, they're going to kill everybody, everybody's living in fear, right? So when you see these things happen, obviously there's paid operatives that help make it so. So Sanders, to me, looks like a, what would you call it? Not even a Manchurian candidate. I mean, she unfortunately she's destroying Arkansas. And it's like they're making their move now. I mean, when people hear about, they're getting outraged about, look what they did in New York City. It's New York City, people. It's been lost. And I love New York. I've always loved New York, but the city needs to sink into the ocean. All right. It needs to go, because maybe that's the only chance to kind of reset and start over. All right. And it breaks my heart to say that, because I love New York. I love what New York used to be. So I don't get as outraged when I hear about it in New York. When I was protesting, I held a rally in Manhattan that had over 100,000 people there protesting the building of the mosque at Ground Zero all these years ago. So they've been blatantly doing it in New York City and everything else for so long. But nobody's talking about these things happening like in Arkansas. And there was somewhere else I heard as well. I want to say Alabama. Something similar in Huntsville.
Oh, Lord.
We're putting a 30,000 square foot mosque in there as well with loudspeaker. Like, people wake up and see what they're doing. You know, like literally they're infiltrating in a different direction now. Well, we can't be mean to the Muslims because they're protected religiously, so therefore we should roll over, let it happen, and then the left just takes over the rest. It's what they do. And it's not even the left. At this point, there is no left and right divide. It's the uniparty. It's the machine doing what they do and just consuming. It's disgusting. Am I off here? I mean, like, it's how else do we describe it when you see it play out?
No, you're not off at all. You're not off in the least. You're spot on.
You know, and again, this brings me back to, and I'm going to leave my criticisms aside because everybody knows I hate the fat, sloppy piece of shit. But like the Steve Bannons of the world and everybody else, you know, like they have these platforms, they have these people, they know what's going on. They damn sure know about it, like everything from the real candidates running to what's happening with the radical Muslims just being reinfused into society. Like all these platforms out there, like they're all part of this. And this is like my appeal to people to see past the religious divide, see past the patriot media, because they're all like, you know, spokes on a wheel. They're part of this. They're puzzle pieces. And it's all like you're not paying attention to what's happening because some people sadly are still getting their information from these people who betray the trust and the confidence of their listeners that go to them because they're seeking real information, you know, something alternative to the mainstream. And in reality, they're the new mainstream touting a different agenda. You know, their agenda has been to subvert the president, you know, to destroy, like General Flynn. Talk bad about Iran. But you know, he still supports President Trump, but he's constantly undermining the president, left and right. His son is a radical Trump hater. These are maybe it's the Flynn network, maybe it's this. It's all pieces of the same puzzle. They're doing what they do to just cause this lack of faith, this lack of ambition. And again, to Charlene's point, you see how it goes full circle. They don't come out and vote. They don't believe in the primaries because they're being told, oh, well, Trump's failed us. We're going to lose anyway. And, you know, a Flynn will say this, a Bannon will say this, and then say, well, we got to fight. We got to fight for the heart of my. Are you doing anything to inspire people to go out there and actually vote? No. You're doing the opposite. You're just selling it in a different way. And these people are traitors. They're traitors not just to their country and to the body politic, if you will. They're traitors to the people who have put faith in them. Luckily, I never have. I never did. But that's, again, I'm somebody who has been around long enough to see all these frauds and these fakes, and sometimes more let me down than others, but I see it for what it is. All right. But that's me. Not everybody thinks like me. Not everybody is entrenched in this stuff like me. And that's not a knock on the person who's, you know, maybe a senior citizen, maybe somebody who's just not, you know, paying attention to the social media world. God bless them. And they turn on a Newsmax or a Real America's Voice looking for some voice of truth. And in reality, they're getting betrayed. They're getting lied to. They're being, you know, they're being used as pawns. And it disgusts me, you know? And I think, like, all these candidates we're talking about, you guys were talking about, these people that you're putting out there, these, you know, not every name, but a lot of the names. I look at the list, I see who's up there. I do my little bit of research because I'm not an idiot. You know, it's blatantly obvious who's legit and who's part of the system. You know, you have people out there, these what's it called? The Trump hater America First people. Running down the other day, Candace Owens did a hit piece on Ken Paxton. Why do you fear these people? Why do you fear the ones, you know, and why do you run them down? Oh, they're all about that. She said Ken Paxton is an operative of Israel. And again, as I exposed the other night, you know, Candace Owens was paid by David Ellison and his group up until 9 months ago, which is Jewish owned. They paid her a lot of money, had a link for her. Then they decided to drop their endorsement of her and their sponsorship, and then magically she hates Jews. So, you know, take that for what it's worth, right? But, like, you know, it's literally like, to say Ken Paxton is part of the establishment, Ken Paxton is owned by Israel. No, it's because these are the people that are either they'll ignore completely, like the mainstream media or like the War Room or like these other sources. They'll ignore the real candidates, or they'll purposely go out of their way to bring up their name, but attack them and use their minions of dumbasses to go out and run them down, discredit people. But reality, make people have doubt, which makes them say, I'm just not going to vote. I've heard that 1,000 times. I'm just not going to vote for anybody. Good for you. Good for you. Then everything that comes from that, you're responsible. You know, I want the entire body of politics to change. I want it all to change. But in the meantime, we have to use what we have, and people need to show up. And unless they show up, nothing's going to change. And you have people that claim to be on our side, fly that flag, MAGA through and through, America first, that are going beyond even the mainstream CNNs of the world to disillusion, dissuade, and just to kill you. I couldn't think of the word. It's a tactic. It's a campaign. You know, it's to take away any hope from you. It's disgusting. I've talked long enough. Please jump in, because it's just it irks me. And it's just, I sit here and sometimes like I just want to rage, I want to yell, and I want to curse at them and everything else, and I never really will. I always do. But it's like it just sometimes you have to sit back and just have like one of those what the hell moments and just have a conversation and realize, like, people, you're being lied. It's a I can't think of the word, Charlene. What the hell I'm trying to say? A demoralization campaign. Thank you. Demoralization campaign. We're seeing it, and we're seeing it perpetrated by the ones allegedly on our side more than the left-wing mainstream media. The new mainstream media, the new MSM are your Real America Voice, your Newsmax, your Patriot sources. They are the new mainstream. The old mainstream, they are what they are. It's been co-opted now by people allegedly. We took control. No, you didn't. You're doing exactly what you were set out to do, and you're demoralizing the base, and it's proving. I think in the end we'll overcome. We have to, by the grace of God, but it's being done intentionally, and people need to freaking wake up and see it. Go ahead, everybody, jump in.
I like to take.
Okay, they've got. We have 6 months to get this done, and I'm just going to say this: I've been voting for 40 years. Never missed a primary. Never missed a main election. And there is no. If I can do that for 40 years, there is no excuse why you can't show up at a primary this year. And I'm going to add this: since you're a military guy, anybody that fails to go vote, you are slapping the people in the face.
Amen.
That died for this country so that you would have the freedom to go vote.
Amen.
That's right.
And when I think about all the other countries where the women don't even get to vote, the men run, they run the countries and they don't allow the women. The women need to get off their hiney, quit voting for the Democrats, and go vote for somebody that's thinking about your best interest. And I'm looking for great patriots. It doesn't have to have an R. It can be a patriot. I'm looking for somebody that's ready to get up there, roll up their sleeves, and actually do the dang job that we paid them for. I'm ready to, honestly, I've been telling everybody I'd just rather flush and start over, but this is where we're at, and this is what we've got to do. We've got plenty of candidates out there, and I highly advise everybody to get up and do something. Okay, who wants to talk?
Jason.
Who's next?
We've got
okay, Jason, go ahead.
Real law in Alabama. We've got a good candidate running for governor of Alabama. His name is Tommy Tuberville. He wants to ban Sharia law. He's been talking about it for months now. He wants to ban Sharia law. The problem you've got in Alabama is you've got fake uniparty rhinos and the fake Republicans in the legislature, and guess who's running again? Oh, if you haven't seen it, when President Trump did his rally in Alabama in 2021, he's back running for the legislature. His name is none other than Mo Brooks. He's running for the legislature in Alabama. He got booed right off the date because he said that we have to put the 2020 election behind us and move forward. We have to win in 2022, 2024. And then I'm going to talk about this one person that I've seen the other day in the Gateway Pundit reported on this. Senator Rick Scott congratulated Viktor Orban's defeat. And then he said Hungary voted for freedom. No, they didn't, okay? They voted for communists. That is what she was. That person was. Rick Scott, this is your second year in the Senate. You need to be gone in 2030. 2 years is good enough in there. Like, this is Rand Paul's third term in the Senate. What has he done in there besides block President Trump, libertarian? And then we've got Ron Johnson, the rumors that he might not run again. My choice is serve David Close for that seat because we need to keep that seat, and he knows how to win. So Chuck Grassley has been, this is the 67th year in public office, and he has done nothing for Iowa besides investigation. That's how good. You're not doing anything to help President Trump. You're blocking the blue slips. You're not doing anything. You won't get rid of the filibuster. And Chuck Grassley, let me just say this on what they want to do. And I did watch not too long ago. It was a short clip on Facebook. John Frederick had Christina Bob on, and I do like her. But the other thing is they were talking about that the Bush, the Romney, the establishment are waiting in the wings to take back their party after Trump leaves office. And that's why, and I'll let you respond. I'll let Biker to respond to Tommy Tuberville on that candidate.
Joe?
Yeah, I want to wrap up my little discussion to talk about John Thune for a second, because John Thune keeps coming up every single day. It is pointless of Scott Tressler to keep doing his little countdown. This is the 105th day that the Save America Act is in John Thune's hands. It's not getting passed. This is the 106th day that John Thune is not passed the Save America Act. It's like, just cut that out. That's pointless. The whole thing is that, and then Steve Bannon made a post today saying that, John Thune is talking about how expensive it is to have to deport the illegal aliens, and he doesn't have a plan. Let me tell you all something. John Thune has had a plan before President Trump got back into the White House. He saw the writing on the wall in 2024. President Trump was destined to get back to the White House where he belonged after his second term was stolen from him. We got him back in there. But John Thune is not going to allow that Save America Act to be passed. I hate saying that, but it is the God honest truth. Because John Thune is all about saving and restoring the establishment Republican order come 2028. That is his plan. It has been his plan since he discovered that Donald Trump was going to get back into the White House. He wants MAGA gone. He wants President Trump gone. He wants MAGA to be a passing fad that's going to rot and die on the vine, and we're not going to let that happen. But until you get John Thune out of that Senate Majority Leader spot, that Save America Act is not going to pass, because it is an America First policy, and that's the last damn thing that John Thune's going to allow. So you just got to, it's terrible to face the reality, but I face the reality that is, and that's what it is. So if you don't get John Thune the hell out of there, we're not going to have the Save America Act. It's that simple.
Amen. And you know what, Joe? Listen, I know Josh is going to come on soon, and he's going to, continue his campaign to push for it. And he's right. There's nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely.
But I said it how long ago? I don't even feel any kind of way about it, because I never saw it passing. I didn't, because it's what this country needs, it's what this country deserves, it's what this country wants. Even non-voters want it, but they're going to do everything in their power to stop it. And again, are we not seeing this play out every single day? It's not. I say this all the time. You know, I said this in my opening never-ending diatribe there. I don't want to be right. I want to be wrong. But I said this from the very beginning that I don't see it happening. Sorry.
Yeah.
You know, and if they do pull it out, if they do pull out even discussions or another fake fraudulent vote, it'll be right around election day to try to look like, oh, look, we did something, knowing full well it wouldn't be in effect, whatever. And God bless President Trump for willing to do an EO, but the EO is only going to be abided by whom? You know, states with solid Republican governors who will actually abide by it. The rest will ignore it, and some Republican governors will ignore it as well. And it's going to be the same damn thing. So, you know, and I know the president knows this, and I know the president probably has a plan. He probably has something in store because he knows what he's up against. But you know, I'm not a doom speaker at all. I'm a truth speaker, and I want to be wrong. You know, like Alex Jones was right. Dan wants to be wrong. You know, prove me wrong, please, because we need this. You know, and it's disgusting. And real quick, you know, I know we're running out of time here. Joe, Jason asked you about your thoughts on Tuberville in Alabama. What are your thoughts on him?
Totally support him 100%. He is the man that we need. We got to have him in there. And of course, he is a strong supporter of President Trump, which I made a post just the other day about this, saying, you know, I have had it with anybody and everybody that tries to trash this president who has been put through absolute hell when he did not have to come back and try to save this country. You know, not tolerating that, because the man took a bullet for us into doing what he has been doing, whereas all these other lame-ass presidents that we have had that we can name, from Obama to George W. Bush, all of them, that would never have even thought of bothering to do. President Trump has done it. And the fact that the man is still being forced to do all the work by himself because he has a Congress and a Senate who wants the illegitimate regime back in power because they had made then. They don't support President Trump, no matter how much they may pretend to. They don't support him. That's why the Save America Act's not getting passed, and so on and so forth. You know, it's just, you know, everybody's got to wake up to that reality. President Trump is still having to do everything by himself. So like you said, when President Trump probably has a plan to get that Save America Act passed, why is it always on him and him alone?
Yes. Amen. That was perfect. You literally spoke from my heart. You know, like that's what I've been saying forever. And I think people they don't want to hear it. They don't want to let it compute. No. You know, it's nobody has betrayed Trump more. And here we are fighting for a Republican majority, not the Democrat majority, to win in the midterms, because unfortunately it's what we need. But nobody has done more to stop President Trump. First administration, who had control of the Senate, who had control of the Congress, Republican president. Republicans did more to shit all over the president than anybody else. Democrats, there's Russia and impeachment, whatever. But you know what? Who stopped his nominees? Who everything else? What do we see in round two? Republicans control the House. Republicans control the Supreme Court. Republicans control the Senate. Who has done the least to support the agenda, to respect the almost 100 million people, who probably over 100 million people legitimately voted for the president? The Republicans. And here we are still fighting harder than the actual Republicans, because unfortunately we need them to win in the midterms, but we need real candidates to win. And it starts with the damn primaries. It starts with sending a message. All right. Send a shockwave, because that's exactly what we need. You can't hate the Timbo just said it in the chat room, 100% correct. You cannot hate them enough. You know, the GOP establishment is worse than even the left. All right. They are, because they are the biggest. The left, you know what you're getting. They don't hide it. They're scum. They're evil. They're demonic. But the right sells you that they're all about you, all about America, all about Trump, all about. They don't give a rat's ass, because the Save America Act would have been passed by the latest February of this year, and we would have had all of his executive orders codified by now. We would have had the agenda that the people voted for done, and we wouldn't have to be worrying about the midterms. We wouldn't have to worry about anything, because it would have been steamrolled, done. America first, done, in. And the people who have the power to do it are in power right now, and they're doing everything in their power to stop you from getting that. So Let that sink in. And I'm not saying don't vote Republican. I'm saying vote for the real ones out there who are fighting for a freaking change. Like Charlene said, I don't care what they have after their name because titles mean nothing. I'm a lifelong Republican. And I hate the Republican Party because I don't think any of them know what the Republican Party was actually born from, its history, its lineage, nothing. They know nothing about it, nor do they care. But you know what? We need real patriots, not the, you're a patriot, I'm a patriot, you're a patriot, I'm a patriot, this is a patriot, you're a patriot, yeah, you're all fucking patriots. Yeah, right. You're bullshit. You're fake, you're frauds, and you circle jerk over, whatever. It's disgusting. All right. We need warriors. We need real people. People know what it's like to go, like what I'm going through right now. Hardship, struggle, fight, strife. You keep going forward. That's what it is. Real people out there. They exist. Give them a chance. Find out who they are. Listen to these names. Support them. Defeat them in the primaries. Send a damn message to these bastards. And I'm not talking about the left. Cut the head off the snake. The fucking GOP establishment. Defeat them where it counts, where they don't have all the control, where you could hurt them. And believe me, they have a hell of a lot of control because the pay to play Charlene was talking about, think about how much it is. Even in the freaking state of Maine, it's a blue state. It's $1 million buy-in. It's always a buy-in. We could defeat them where it matters the most, and it matters in the damn primaries. So get off your ass and fucking vote. Fuck. You sit there and you talk about, and we see these optimistic, the save act, the save act, the save act, the save act, the primary loss. Save act, the primary loss. Save act, the primary loss. Lowest Republican turnout in history. Save act. Stop. For fuck's sake, stop. We all want it to pass. We're going to fight for it to pass. We're going to try to promote it. But you know what? The bastards that have the cards that are in control don't want it to pass. So again, God bless our president for being willing to take all the bullets still, again, continuously for us to do the job that the worthless, feckless, ballless, bitch, pieces of shit fucking Republicans won't do. Because they're shit. They're evil. They're corrupt. They're compromised. They're fucking shit. And I haven't even hardly cursed tonight. But you know what? Again, emotional response. But here we are. We need them to keep the majority. So they continue to fuck us every single day. But you could change it. You could change it in the damn primaries. If you get off your ass, turn off the fat slob pedo-protecting fucks like Steve Bannon and all the rest. Get off your ass, do the research, listen to Joe, listen to Jason, listen to Charlene, listen to Josh, listen to the real people. Find out who they are. Support them. Stop with your fucking social media posts about, this glorious thing, this utopia that's coming. We're in the fucking trenches now. This is reality. What Charlene said to every one of us who served, it is fucking offensive. That you people go out and you don't even waste your time voting. You don't give a shit about your rights, your free speech, your free this. You don't give a shit. You don't honor those who have fought, sacrificed, died, the real heroes. You don't give a shit about any of it. So it's me. What are you going to do for me? You're going to say the right things for me? Well, maybe I'm angry, MAGA, today. Maybe I'm fuck you and fuck your feelings. This is war, and it's getting deep, and we have to finish the fucking job. We have to fight to win, play to win. So unfortunately, you're going to be stuck voting for pieces of shit in the general, as always, and hope that they win because people just roll over and accept it. And you have yourselves to blame. Because if you get off your ass now in the primaries and send a damn message, we have a chance. I'm sorry, everybody. I didn't mean to speak over you. I'm just, Joe.
Not at all.
Joe,
not at all. Your input is so valuable.
Dan, can I say something?
Go ahead.
Dan, can I say one thing?
Yeah.
And for goodness sake, everybody stop sending these incumbents back. They're not doing nothing. Look what they did yesterday. The Democrats and several Republicans decided to vote to protect Haitians, not U.S. citizens. We have all these problems, and that's what they chose to do. Stop sending these incumbents back. They haven't earned your vote.
Amen. Everybody, I'm sorry to shoo you off. You know, I didn't mean that, but I love you all and I respect you all. And thank you so much for what you do. Till we meet again next week. And yeah, let's seriously make my ass do it. Let's talk this weekend and try to get your show on, like, and get it up and get it out there so we can start really doing what we can to do our part at the very least. You already are, but I love you all. God bless you all. And thank you.
Love you and Hollis.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Jason, you're going back into the cave. You're sharpening up the knives, getting ready for next week. The freaking political assassin right there. I love you all, guys. Thank you. Have a great night. God bless you all, and we will talk soon.
You too. See y'all later.
Thank you, brother. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'm going to shut up because it's time for something fun. This was, I hadn't ranted tonight. I had it. I've been good. But it pisses me off. It pisses me off. So consider this your quick little marker that I'm going to play right now, because I do this for other purposes, and I'll just break the fourth wall and tell you this is so when I cut this portion out of the show, I know where to start and where to end, because maybe I suck at looking at the time. So I'm going to play for you a quick little commercial, and then when I come back, I'm going to be joined by the one and only Mr. Josh Bernstein for POLITI-SHOCK's Hour of Rage. A little bit late, and it's totally my fault, so I apologize. Mr. Bernstein, please don't tell BB on me. So I love you all, and we'll be back right after this ad with the one and the only Josh Bernstein. And maybe I'm just going to play this working commercial because it seems appropriate.
Hold them accountable.
I gotta go. Whoa, look at that. Whoa, what the hell background is that?
That's the Hour of Rage.
It is the Hour of Rage. That's awesome. Go Hollis. I didn't even realize it was that damn good. Anyway.
You got the bald guy over here.
The bald
somewhere.
guy over there. Yeah,
and then you got you over there.
Yeah.
So yeah, there you go. Pretty cool.
Sorry you got to get blasted with me ranting for a tribute there. But
yeah, my ears a little more sensitive as I've gotten older, so I kind of hold the things out. But I get it, man. I understand the rage. Believe me, I do.
It's hard. It's hard not to. So, first and foremost, everybody, welcome to POLITI-SHOCK's Hour of Rage. I am me, joined by the one and the only my brother from another mother here, the co-host of the Rage of Aquarius, the founder and whatever it's called of the Josh Bernstein Show. The one and the only Mr. Josh Bernstein. And dude, honest to God, our show the other night was so freaking good. And
that was great doing that.
Great show.
Hour and a half was awesome.
Dude, it went by like that. My father loved it. He was like, "That's your best show ever."
Yeah.
And it
was good. A lot of good comments. A lot of views. It did pretty well. I mean, for a Tuesday, right? Wasn't our normally scheduled time, and we did 4,800 or 4,700 or something like that.
Which is good considering, And
for a Tuesday.
Yeah, with limited promotion. So I'm not complaining. But obviously, this right here is our special little segment that we give you during the week. You know, our other show. And who knows, there'll be more. If you want more, again, you know, donate, people. Show up, share the show, follow, and donate, damn you.
Grow the Substack, help me out.
Yeah.
And of course, sign up for VOP, and let's get it going.
And
we got a lot of winning to do in a very short amount of time.
And you can also support Josh by getting that right there.
That's right.
Look in the description of the show. I made it real simple for you. Go look in the description. You hit the link. It takes you right to where you buy the book. I'm trying to make it as easy as possible for you sensitive fucks out there. You're welcome.
Get a copy of it. You will not regret it. I guarantee you that.
Amen. So, brother, where do we start? Where do we start?
Oh, man. Well, I guess let's start with where you just left off with your incredible rant there for a while. I caught the tail end of it, and you're right. You know, you're absolutely right. If we keep electing the same douchebags, we're going to get the same douchebag results, right? And so I've always said this as a political analyst, as someone that's worked campaigns, as someone that's done messaging and things like that for all these years. I always say the same thing. Whoever's running in the primary, you want to support the most conservative person humanly possible. One that fits all of your ideology, everything that you believe. 100% you vote for that person, you support that person, you knock on doors, you make phone calls, you do shows, you endorse, you do whatever you can to get that person elected. But, and here's the sad part, if that person doesn't get elected, we can't stay home. We just can't do it because Democrats, like I've said before so many times and so many in the last 2 decades, okay, I've said the same thing and I'll say it again. A Democrat could kill a live kitten on national television, slit its throat, kill it right on television. But you know what? Everything's forgiven because there's a D in front of their name. Okay? They can pretty much get away with just about anything, unless, of course, you're Eric Swalwell and you're not a useful idiot anymore. And so they got to get rid of the idiot so they can clear the room for Steyer. As a matter of fact, Katie Porterhouse Steak, you're probably next. So I'd watch out. You're about as warm as a Siberian winter. And I think people are going to come after you next. But as I was saying, you got to vote for the most conservative person. But if that person doesn't win, you can't stay home. You know, Republicans like to do this thing where they go, well, back in 1982 on a Thursday, I didn't like the way you voted for this one little thing. You're great everywhere else. So I'm staying home. That's how Democrats win. We've got to be activated. We've got to be ready to go. We've got to fight for the primaries because the primaries are the most important. Because if you can get the right candidate in at the primary, you knock out the incumbent idiot rhino, and boom, there you go. But you're going to win some, you're going to lose some. So we can't stay home. We can't just be like, well, these damn rhino idiots are going to be there, and so for that reason, I'm staying home. We can't do that. Democrats never stay home, okay? Especially now, they are bloodthirsty. They want our throats. They want everything from us, okay? And we better understand and recognize that because they are coming and they're coming hard. They don't care how they get their power, whether they have to cheat, steal, rob, murder, whatever, they're going to be coming. And we're sitting back in, this dopium, basically, high on the 2024 victory. Are you kidding me? That was 2 years ago. We're going to get our fucking asses handed to us if we don't wake up and start fighting back.
Amen. Dude, that was brilliant. That's why I did solo screen on you for that one, because that's clip that.
I'll clip it.
Honest to God, like, again, the person I see fighting the hardest is our president. And again, who is showing that same level of fight? I defer to Anna Polina because at least, she's consistent and she's a freaking warrior. She's a beast. Lauren Boebert saying the right things about freaking Wiener's laptop right now. It's like, well, that's because everybody hates you and you've been outed. So now, all right, well, maybe we'll get something good from that. But,
didn't she just put out a statement saying, why is Washington so horny? I don't know. Maybe we ought to ask her. She's the one that was caught with a Democrat in a movie theater, right? Wasn't she groping him and everything else? So
Candy,
I don't know. Probably not the person to speak on that.
No, but she's trying to act like the hero now about Wiener's laptop and how and talking about how people have died surrounding that and all that other good stuff. And it's just, it's a bunch of horseshit. It's political theater essentially. But yeah, I'd like to see it, actually brought out to the public.
Mhm.
But at the end of the day, Anna Paulina has been the one that's actually legitimately been consistent and fighting hard. And
She has. And she just put out a note tonight telling Thune that he needs to investigate one of his own senators because there's some really bad stuff that makes it look like Swalwell is a kindergartner practically.
Yeah.
So there could be something else on the horizon in the U.S. Senate. So I don't know. Anybody got any pictures of John Thune with like an underage lady boy in Bangkok or something like that? We can get rid of him. I mean, seriously, it's crazy. But yeah, she did come out strong.
Yes. And I want to see them all fall. I want to see every single one of them exposed. And like we said, and I put it in the show, and I'm going to keep up. It's a long ass thing, but nobody can say it other than us. Hashtag number sign, tic-tac-toe sign, whatever you want to call it. Release the slush fund files.
Oh, goodness, definitely.
And I'm going to keep pushing this. I'm going to bring it up everywhere and say it constantly because the people need to know. And I love the clips you put out. I shared them, and you get a couple dumbass responses, of course, like, oh, way to distract from the Epstein files. Again, if we were to really get into it, that makes the Epstein files look like a kid's book, okay? So there's a lot out there that really needs to be revealed, really needs to be shared with
Absolutely.
the public. I hope to God we freaking see it come to light because we need something. And again,
well, go ahead. I was gonna say there's two good things that I can tell everybody about. Number one is the absolute best. I don't know if this is true, but it's coming from Sean, what's his name, Spicer. Okay, he says Justin, the Supreme Court is reportedly about to gut the pro-Democrat race-based VRA congressional districts, and the decision could drop imminently. Now, for folks that don't know what that is, that's Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. This allows the left to gerrymander and basically have minority neighborhoods with maybe not even that many people in them. There could be a very small amount and percentage, and they'll figure out a way to just kick out all the white voters, basically, and take over that district. And so they're using race, in particular, to gerrymander themselves into more Democrat districts. Well, the Supreme Court, at this point, from what I'm hearing from Sean Spicer, I have been told by reliable sources that the decision is already done, and the minority is slow walking the dissent, so states do not have time to redistrict ahead of it. Former White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer said, "We could gain over 24 House seats, depending on how much the Supreme Court weakens Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, if they indeed do this. Nothing is final yet, but if and when it is, this is jaw-dropping defeat for the left." So that was one thing that I wanted to talk about. The other thing was Secretary of State Scott Bessent. This guy's like literally the best Secretary of Treasury ever. He is the best one I think we've ever had. Look, when a Treasury Secretary tells the American people live, publicly, to change their when you do your taxes, how many you claim, change your claim so that you can get more of the money coming in, and then change it back. I mean, who does that, right? But he also said he's going to force the banks now to basically do voter fraud. Basically, you're going to have to prove citizenship to open up bank accounts now. And he's pushing all the banks to do that. So we are still fighting. We are still winning. But the sad reality is that the only one that's really doing all the fighting is President Trump and his administration. And we're sitting back, kicking back, and not doing shit. And that's all of us. And it needs to stop. We need to snap out of it. And we need to understand that these people are after our throats. And we're not going to run away from them. We've got to go right at them. And we've got to win. We have to win. So SAVE Act or not, we have got to get people motivated to vote. And we're still working on that, obviously. So look, we got a lot of battles ahead of us. A lot of battles. So.
No, you're 100% right. And, people need to, and I think that's the core of what I was trying to say, and I get pissed about it because I see everybody distracted by everything else. And it's like, in reality, just see what they're doing. The demoralization campaign is real, and they're going to great lengths. This is that same, like I said, the right is worse than the left because they pretend to be something they're not. The left is just demonic sick fucks. All right, but the ones on the right that play whatever. But at the same time, we need to keep power. And,
Absolutely.
You know, it's just that simple, because you'll go from, well, if the Republicans have control, the GOP will tell you, well, then we can do all these wonderful things that they won't do, they haven't done, whatever. But in reality, if the GOP, good or E, retains control or loses control, then what happens is the one person, and touche, the good members of his cabinet will be neutered. All right? There's going to be constant legal battles, bullshit, and everything else, nonstop, ad nauseum, and that's what we can't afford to lose. So
exactly,
you have to suck it up and vote for a scumbag like Lindsey Graham or any of these other pieces of shit. Like, you're not doing it for them. You're doing it to keep the ones who are actually the men in the arena, the men and women, because Tulsi is a beast. The ones in the arena, in the damn arena, and not playing lawfare constantly, left, right, and everything else. This is what we need to do. But again, there's still time with these primaries, people. You can still make some change. I hope Massey's the big one to fall, but many others need to go. We can make some real impactful change. But in the end, you're going to have to suck it up, and you're going to have to vote for shit. But you know what? It's what we need to do. That's the point. I just don't live in freaking La La Land and think that, oh, it's magically gonna. I hate to say it, like I said, I want the shirt. Dan wants to be wrong because I want to be wrong. You want to be wrong. We want to be wrong when we put these things out there. And it's not doom speaking. It's not optimism. It's reality.
Exactly.
All right. But
here's more to this: you cannot change the party from the inside looking out. You can only change the party from the inside looking out, not from the outside looking in, is what I meant to say.
Yeah.
And so because of that, like I said, you have to support the best candidates possible that are the most conservative, that, you know, what you believe in, they believe in, they're hardcore, they're MAGA, they're America first. But if they don't win, sadly, and someone else does, you have to support the one that did, because it's still better than a communist Democrat. Okay? We cannot let these people have power. We just can't do it. So I need everyone's thinking to change here. You know, we can't be negative on the Republicans that they don't do anything. Are they feckless and useless most of the time? Yeah. Do they need a kick in the ass? Yes. But just imagine if we had more of us, more MAGA, more America firsters, so that we're drowning out all those rhino voices. That's what I'm trying to say here. We got to get focused and motivated.
Out of the 538 in Congress to keep the majority plus whatever majority in the Senate, you know what? Add those numbers together, and you know what? If that's a sacrifice or whatever, we have to maybe drop 10 or 15 of them just to get 10 or 15 good ones in. That's the victory. So if the majority is still the same corrupt establishment bullshit we don't like, it's the off chance that we're going to put 10 to 15 real ones in there. And that's how, again, it's like, how do you eat an elephant, right? You know,
exactly.
The whole thing goes. We have to do what we have to do. Bottom line.
And I want people to understand that today is the day after tax day. It's April 16th. Okay, the elections are not till November. And which two hosts are covering this now?
Yeah.
And how many others are? They're not. They're talking about so many other different things, and they'll get to it, but they'll get to it in September or October when it's too late. Remember, they stole the 2020 election in May of that year. That's when they all met and they all got together and they decided what to do. So they planned it as far back in May. We're now at the end of April, the middle of April here, and we're letting you know, look, you got to wake up. We got to shake you. We got to do whatever we can. We got to slap you a few times. You got to wake up and understand the seriousness of this midterm. We have got to get MAGA out there and voting in big numbers. Numbers.
Exactly. And again, it's not because oh, look at us, we're so great, we're so wonderful. No, we're the ones telling you the truth. So stop.
Yeah, and we're doing it early, is what I was trying to point out. You know, we're doing this early because we care.
Yes, and we've been doing it. That's the thing, you know. And just like what, freaking a month ago, over a month ago, talk about the SAVE Act, and you were more optimistic than me, but I said we still agree on the same thing, right? All right, we were talking about this.
I still think it's going to pass. I think we just have to figure out how to pass it.
And
that's really it. So
I think Trump has a plan. I really, honest to God, do. And
with Bessent doing what he did, he's helping out, because if you think about it, you need proof of residency, right? So he's forcing now them to work with the banks. Yep. So if they're working with the banks, then they're going to know whether people are legal citizens. They can then cross-reference that to state voter rolls, and voila, removed.
Exactly.
So there are other ways. Don't think that people are just because, we're stopped here, or this asshole judge said this. I mean, we're not. We're going to continue to work, and we're going to continue to move the needle. And it's moving slow, but it's moving in the right direction. Just think of how bad shit could have been, okay?
Amen. You don't roll over and die is the point. You keep fighting.
Right. We're in a war. We're in a battle. Yeah. And we have to win the battle.
And there's a lot of freaking work to do, people. So again,
and we have more artillery, and we have more men and women. We have a bigger population of populism than they have of their socialists and communists. We just have to get everybody motivated to get working and active. Yep. If we could do that, shit. If you could pull 200,000 hunters in Wisconsin, 400,000 in Michigan, and 800,000 in Pennsylvania, see you later.
Yeah.
Republican majority pretty much forever. Okay? Yes. You realize that? How many voters is that? That's not even that many voters. But just those voters in those states that I just mentioned could literally keep us in power for who knows how long. Yeah. Hundreds of years probably. Because think about it. Those are hunters. Those are people that support the Second Amendment, and they don't vote. And the reason they don't vote is it's usually, I don't want to be on any government lists, and I don't want them to know what I got. Okay, fair enough. But what about when they're finding out what you got because a communist is now in control? You follow me? So we need to get the hunters and people that honestly support and believe in the Second Amendment. You'd think they'd be the freaking first ones out there at the polls every single time, but for some reason they're not. And, a lot of gun owners do vote. Don't get me wrong. I'm talking about people that actively hunt. We have a hunting problem. We got to hunt for them votes. Never mind the wild deer or whatever. We got to hunt for them votes so that you can continue to go out and hunt and take down those deers and bears and all that shit. So that's what it's all about. We got to get the hunters out there, because that's a hidden, it's hundreds of thousands of extra votes that we are missing election in and election out. And that's, God bless Charlie for understanding that. Charlie Kirk, may he rest in peace.
Yeah.
He understood that. He understood, and he was starting to say, hey, we've got the hunters. Say what you will about press, him too. They all understood. They were going after the hunters and all that. So that's what you need to do. We need to figure out a way to get the people in the rural counties of this country really motivated to vote, and a lot of those are hunters. So
exactly,
work on that.
There's targeted ways, and like I said, regardless of how I feel about Pretzel being a piece of shit and the other ones, like right now, I don't care about any of that. My fire is being thrown at the ones trying to pretending to be on our side and causing division and demoralization, and everything else is irrelevant, because we have one mission right now. It's the only freaking mission that matters, and we have to save this country. We save this country by remaining in power, because it frees our president and his team to do what they need to continue to do, and they're doing very well, by the way. So, again,
this show should be sent to the RNC when we're done with it. Literally, this show that we're doing right now should be sent to the RNC and say, wake the hell up right now, and here's what you need to do, and this is what's at stake. Absolutely. And we have to figure out how to get it to them. Anyone
you
watching
need to be PC about it. You need to wake the fuck up.
No.
Like literally, we need a little bit of a bitch slap there, people.
Mm-hmm.
You have all the money in the world, but what are you doing? Running your same 6, stock bullshit ads and what your fake little whatever is. It's just, but it's not campaign season yet. It'll really start to pick up once July rolls around, once August rolls around, once September rolls around. No, it's perpetual war. The same way you people keep raising money, you get elected to Congress and you're immediately fundraising for your reelection. You know what? Well, we have that same mantra that we need to continue to fight to preserve and expand.
Preserve
Oh, well,
That's what it's all about.
We would have had it, man.
Yeah, no. Look, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. We've got to continue to fight, and that's why I've always said that when people say, "Well, how do you do this 7 days a week?" I'm like, well, it's pretty easy because for 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, the left is constantly trying to figure out different ways to take away our freedoms. So I feel it's my responsibility to make sure that every single day I dedicate to fixing something, talking about something, exposing something, analyzing something, whatever it is that I can do towards freedom. And so that's why I don't take a day off, because the left never takes a day off from trying to destroy us. So I can't take a day off from trying to defend us. I've always been like that. But you're right. I just said it differently. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Absolutely right.
And the same thing when you said to me before, like, you don't know how I could do a 5, 6, 7 hour show, live and whatever, like one perpetual thing, nonstop, because again, it's like this, when you're passionate, when you're talking about so many things that are actually pertinent. And I'm not saying I'm a voice of anything. I'm just a nobody from freaking now Ohio, all right? But again, we have these platforms, we have people. It doesn't matter if we have one person or 100 million, all right? Yes, this show gets over 8 million people watching every single week, religiously, consistently. And again, 7 million more of you probably are useless and just watch because you hate, all right? But whatever, you show up. The point is that we are constantly engaged in this fight. Constantly engaged, because you have to be, because it's just like when people say to me, well, I don't care about politics. Well, politics cares about you, and it cares that you're not paying attention, you're not engaged, you're not looking. Oh, well, only 133 million people vote. What about the rest of them? They don't care about the rest of them because they want you dumb, mute, silent, not voting, whatever. Don't worry, some of you'll vote even though you didn't know you voted, or didn't vote at all. You're still voting. Don't worry. They want everybody distracted. Like, I had to talk to Holly about the music industry and Hollywood and everything, and she gets it. I said, all of that industry, no matter how evil it is, how whatever, believe me, it's downstream of the body politic. They are the top of the pyramid.
Breitbart knew it.
Yep.
Breitbart knew it.
He was a freaking genius.
He was.
I mean, it was prophetic. All right. Like, literally, he's seen it for what it was. And that's what we have been preaching for so long, before it was cool, before it was in vogue. You have to understand, while you're doing your TikToks, while you're doing your things, while you're doing this, it's like, pay attention. Pay attention just a little bit, expand your thinking. I'm not saying don't do your TikTok. I'm not saying don't do your Instagram lives and all this other crap. I'm saying devote a little bit of your time and energy maybe into what's going on in the world around you, because it affects your day to day.
Yeah, exactly. Be a problem solver. You know what I mean? I think that's what I like about what we do, because we problem solve. We cover a story, however horrific it is, and hopefully we have a solution to how to fix it, right? Or don't worry about that decision because it's a lower court decision. It doesn't really mean anything. We're always educating and helping people fix problems, right? And that's what it's all about. And you've got to continue to do that with your friends, your family, talk about different things. It's uncomfortable. Who cares? So many of these people now, oh, don't talk to me about politics. It's like, really? What are you kidding me? What do you think the freaking society has, started on? I mean, it was all politics. It's always been politics. Politics is nothing more than communication. That's all it is. It's a different type of communication. And if you can do it effectively, great. If you can't, you're probably not going to do it very long. And it's the same thing with what we're doing. But that's the thing. It's just about communicating and talking to people and getting people, aware of what could be. I mean, look at these special elections that we lost, a couple of them, right? Why? Because they had record low turnout for Republicans. Record low. And I mean, and they're running the most craziest people they can possibly find. I don't know where they're coming from. And they keep coming. They're like zombies. So they're getting crazier and crazier and crazier. And all of a sudden, we're like, oh, I think I might want to vote next week. It's too late. The socialist won.
Yep. And I was talking about MAGA Lions, you know, about them building the mosque in Arkansas, the mosque in Alabama, and all these wonderful things going on. Like people, but they're up in arms at what's going on in New York City. New York City is dead, okay? New York City has been taken over a long time. Pay attention to what's going on in places like Arkansas, Alabama, these things that are happening. Like this is being done deliberately. It's being done intentionally, okay? And you have people on both sides, you know, they're playing you. They're counting on your ignorance, on your weakness, on you just not being engaged. You're tuned in. And I bash you all the damn time, people. But you know, Charlene was spot on with what she was talking about. Who is talking about a 35,000 square foot mosque with the loudspeakers and the call of prayer going up in freaking Arkansas? Nobody.
Damn.
And there's a reason that we're bringing it up. There's a reason why we're talking about these things, because you need to know, educate yourself, you know? Like, yeah, I'll go on.
That's crazy. I heard it was going on in New York and Minnesota, but you're saying in Arkansas they heard it?
Arkansas, and then another one.
Red State, Arkansas.
Yep. And Sanders is helping it along. She's you know, her and the Pope have something in common, apparently. Chrislam is cool. So, you know, it's
Chrislam is death. That's what it is.
Exactly.
I heard a good T-shirt for you.
Right? Yeah. Chrislam equals death.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
Chrislam equals death. I mean,
yeah,
like
exactly.
Seriously, I spent the first part of the show. I didn't even curse. I was trying to explain, because I wanted people to know, like, I'm not attacking Catholicism or any religion. I'm attacking those who are using it as, you know, a tool to use to divide people, and this bastardization. And again, I bring this up because it's a trend here, Josh. It's always it's Muslim time, and now I'm the real Catholic because I hate Jews, and America only means I'm a Catholic who hates Jews. And it's like these weird, this weird little social fabric, you know, this little construct. Like, this is the methodology. This is the thing they're using right now. This is the way, you know, we've seen this play out before.
Yeah, exactly.
It's happened time and time again, and it's like, ugh. Like, it just enrages me. And I guess I'm more offended by the people being swayed and lied to, and, you know, being bullshitted by these people who allegedly have their best interests at heart. And, you know, you want to say, you're dumb. You're dumb. Wake up. But some of these people, they're not dumb. They really trust the Steve Bannons. They really trust it. You know, they trust these people, and they're being psyoped, man. They're being played, and that's what it comes down to. That's where the rage comes from, because it's like these people are knowingly leading you astray, demoralizing you, blackpilling you, whatever it is, for their own agenda. And their agenda is, let's let the problem create more power, have more control, so we have something to bitch about for the next fucking 4 years. So you'll give us more money. We can say how we're the solution. It's like this cycle. Wake up, break the spell. Sorry, man.
No, look, I mean, I think that we got to all be on the same page, number one. We got to all be focused, number two. And number three, you know, we got to be able to get the vote out in the largest numbers. Look, with Charlie not being here, I'm not so certain that we can count on Turning Point Action and Turning Point USA like we did. Maybe we can. Hopefully we can. Hopefully Tyler and the rest of them are going to be able to get the vote out like crazy, like Charlie would. But I don't know about that. And that's why I'm not relying on anyone. We need to be motivated.
We need to rely on ourselves. We do the work.
Exactly.
You know, we spoke of this on Tuesday night, but, you know, the fact that Erica Kirk could even, whatever you think of Turning Point, whatever you think, whatever, or even Erica Kirk, but she couldn't come out and speak at her own event because of the threats made against her, because of the sickos doing their thing. I mean, it's time to shut the hell up, people. All right.
I mean, you're a pretty evil bastard if you want to make 2 children without, you know, parents. That's beyond fucked up. That is.
Dude, it's disgusting. You know,
these people. I mean, how can you do that to a widow like that? It's so sick.
You don't
it's
like
so
her,
demented.
If you don't like her, it's fine. It's your prerogative. But like all this crap, like, oh my God, man, like just shut up. You know,
they're unhinged. I mean, that's the thing. They're unhinged. I mean, they'll shoot at anyone. You know, there's a whole underground, online, you know, community of these trans wacko freaks. Trantifa. Yeah, they all knew what was going to happen, right? 31 and Dead, Charlie Kirk. There was a song and all this other shit. this whole thing, it's like, it makes me so angry when I hear that this poor, I mean, like I said on Tuesday, I said, how many times can Erica look at those two beautiful children and say, well, he's not home yet. He's still on a mission with Jesus. I mean, you know, they're, what are they, 2, 3 years old? They don't know. And it's like, you can't lie to them forever. It's just a terrible thing. And I just feel so bad that he was taken from her, from us, from everybody so short. And that motherfucker needs to pay. And he will.
I agree.
He will.
And again, you know, and the network.
And it was him. They have everything. Can we stop with the conspiracy bullshit, please? And we know who killed him. This is not a Lee Harvey Oswald fucking thing. Jesus.
That's
you know, he left his grandfather's gun with fingerprints on it. Pretty sure we're good to go. Not to mention the letter. Yes, my dear, I had a chance to take him out and I took it. I mean, stop with the conspiracies. Seriously.
And again, you have more people talking about the conspiratorial bullshit. And believe me, you all know. All right. Again, over 8 million people now are watching this show around the world. It's pretty much religious now every Thursday night. Thank you. Again, for over 7.3 million of you, do something, you worthless bastards. But I digress. You know, I'll talk about anything and go anywhere and everywhere, right? I'm telling you, stop with the conspiratorial bullshit, because it is you're spending your time talking about, did Erica Kirk, you know, did she bake matzo bra with a Mossad agent when she was 13 in a teenage pageant, and purposely setting her stakes on freaking Charlie Kirk when he was like, I don't know, 12? Like, oh my God, you're talking about this, and you're not talking about anything going on in the real world. In the real world, you're focused on this. You're hyperventilating over, oh my God, did you hear Candace Owens didn't say today? Shut the fuck up, you worthless bastards. I swear to God, you are the cancer in this country. You know, and if it seems deliberate, it is, all right? And that's the thing. Like, just wake up. And, you know, I'm happy that for the president, I know you feel a certain kind of way, but I'm happy the president put this out just before. You know, like, again, let's read it for the world. I haven't even read it yet. I just saw a brief little glimpse of it. All right, let's see. Who's dumber, Tucker Carlson or Joe Kent? It's very interesting. I met Joe Kent at Dover Air Force Base, along with numerous others who had lost their loved ones in war. I said hello to all the families. Kent horribly lost his wife. Her casket was being brought to Dover along with the rest. Although he married again quite quickly, in my opinion. In any event, a number of years later, I noticed the same person was running for Congress in Washington State and lost. I then noticed a couple years later he was running again and lost. Well, I didn't know him other than our brief Dover encounter, but feeling sorry for him after the 2 election losses, I told my people, hire him for the White House. Give him a job. Make him feel good. He lost his wife in 2 elections. They did so. I'm not laughing. They did so, and while I rarely saw him, I certainly didn't expect disloyalty, but that's what I got. He was really a sleazebag, and some would say, on top of it all, a leaker. I don't know whether or not that was true, but next time, yeah, you do. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Kent is a loser, just like Tucker, Candace, Megan, and the rest of them are losers. You're born that way. We'll like you, and there's not a damn thing they're going to be able to do about it. President Donald J. Trump. I love
oh my goodness.
I love you, Mr. President. I love it. I love it. I love it. Good.
But it just goes to show his heart and his soul and his compassion, right? I mean, he's like, oh, the guy lost 2 elections. You know, let's put him in my cabinet, giving him an opportunity to serve his country again in a different capacity. And then he shits all over him.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, but that's politics. I hate to say it.
It is.
And then as far as what he wrote, look, I know my wife is into this a lot more than I am, but all the zodiac stuff, right? He's a Gemini, which means he's split personality. So a lot of times he'll split and he'll go crazy and do something else, and then he'll come back to his normal self, right? And here's the interesting part. There's 3 of them in his cabinet, and it's Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth. Yeah. So you got those 3 people, President Trump, Marco, and Hegseth, are all split personality Geminis. Maybe that's why they get along, but they're all very intelligent and they know what they're doing.
Exactly.
So it's interesting.
Dude, that's the thing. We don't hear about any of the wins happening. We don't hear about anything, even with Israel and Lebanon today. You know, like all these different things. You know, Lebanon's going to most likely join the Abraham Accords. I mean, you have China being choked to the point of submission. Trump basically just celebrating it. You know, he's going to give me a big hug. You know, like, dude, the Gulf of America getting low. Like, gas prices are already coming down. Stock market's going. Like, people. I mean. Yeah, and then you can. Oh, that's Trump's Iraq and Afghanistan. Meanwhile, you have the Iranian citizens asking, "Please, President Trump, keep bombing. Have no fear. It's coming." But like you know, like literally, we just gloss over. I even like that Trump basically bitch slapped Maloney. Good. You know what? I like her, but at the same time, she spoke at a school. You know what? You want to defend the Pope who's supporting Islam and you know the freaking radical mullahs killing everybody and everything else. Well, you know what? You deserve to hear it too, and I love it. But look at what the Trump. We spoke about this on Tuesday. We spoke about this before. But the Trump tweet. Oh, why is he attacking the Catholic? He wasn't attacking Catholics at all. The Pope decided to engage. But now look what's being exposed. Look at Catholic charities and all the things that are starting to come out. Believe me, we don't say
there's a coordinated, you know, effort behind the scenes between the Democrats, between the Pope, between the Catholic left leaders, you know, Catholic charity organizations on the left, all of that shit, all of the woke left, right, of the Christian left. They're all coordinating with the Pope, with this one, with that one, and this is a coordinated campaign against President Trump because they want to peel away the Catholic vote from him before the midterms. Come on. We've seen this game in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, trying this shit all over again. Unbelievable.
It's right. That's the thing. You know, I'll give credit where credit is due to the enemies of America, freedom, liberty, justice, and everything holy in the world. You know, enemies of God. You know, the evil bastards. They're geniuses. They're 100 years ahead of us. They're geniuses. They're very good at being diabolical and evil. Okay, but in this world, they fail miserably because they're just recycling. Now, maybe it's more of an indictment on society being dumb enough to fall for it. But the thing that gives me a little bit of hope is there's a lot more people calling it out and seeing it for what it is, which is great, you know, which I thoroughly enjoy it and gives me a little bit of optimism there. You know, I'm a realist, but I cannot help but to be optimistic when I see normies, as Tate would say, with normies, the brokies, you know, like coming out and actually saying like, hey, this doesn't seem right. It's the same recycled thing they've done over and over and over again, and people are picking up on it. So again, to the geniuses whom are evil, you're starting to really fall on it. And maybe it's because your whole world power structure is starting to crumble around you, thanks to our POTUS. So good, man. You get what you freaking deserve, you know?
Yep, exactly. And it seems like him and his administration are the only ones that are really working on trying to make America better. Seriously. I mean, the Senate isn't doing shit. The House isn't really doing anything. The House is more active, at least. They're passing more things, but then it just sits on the Senate floor and fucking collects dust.
Where goes
the Thune's an asshole. And Thune needs to go. He really, truly does. Anybody in South Dakota can just throw a campaign together, MAGA, and run against this prick, please. Unbelievable. He needs to go. So if we got anybody in, is he South Dakota? Yeah. Anybody in South Dakota? I think he's South Dakota.
Is he South Dakota?
I think he's not. He's not North Dakota. I know that. No, I'm almost positive he's South Dakota.
All right. Well, let me know where I gotta move.
That was where Balloon Tits is from. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant no. What was her name again? Oh yeah. Gnome. That's right. Yeah. No, Christy. Not Balloon Tits. Christy. That's right. Again, I think she's from the same state.
Yes, MAGA mercenary here. So if I need to move to South Dakota, I'm ready. Okay, I'm gonna carpet bag it proudly. So, dude, like it's like I don't even know what to say sometimes. I obviously do. I don't shut the hell up, but it blows my mind, and it just, you know, again though, those little flashes of hope, those little flashes of more and more people like getting it, waking up. Like there you go.
They got VR too. That's a heaping of hope right there.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a huge amount of hope right there. Because it'll get rid of gerrymandering instantly across the whole country. And then at that point, it's up to Republicans. But like I said on the last show I just did, Indiana, you pussies, My God, super majority, and you couldn't even get redistricting going. Unbelievable. There's a vote in Virginia on April 21st, so patriots in Virginia, make sure you vote no. They're trying to redistrict again in Virginia, but I'm hearing the grassroots is fighting back pretty damn hard because the entire Virginia area is blanketed with political ads on this thing from Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, all these different Democrats. And they're blanketing with millions of dollars. But I think the ground game is going to come out and stop it. But you don't want to leave it to chance. So if you're in Virginia, make sure you vote in that primary.
So now,
for that initiative.
To go to fucked up election. All right. So let's talk about somebody who was, let's just say it, he was Baldazaro'd. And that would be a freaking, I hope there's a way to like bring him to America and put him in the cabinet somehow.
Oh,
like,
Bolsonaro?
Victor Orban. No, well,
Victor Orban. Yes, Victor Orban.
They screwed him over. Nobody.
No, actually, they really didn't. I just played a clip on the other show on this, what's his name, Magyar, whatever. What happened? Here's what happened in Hungary. Okay, this was not a repudiation of populism. Quite the contrary. It was actually a result of corruption within his government. There was a lot of corruption. And it was also the children of the corrupt politicians driving around with Ferraris and Bentleys and Porsches and showing off on vacations, while the economy has been the absolute toilet for the longest time. And whatever Germany's terrible economy is what Hungary's, because they're connected. So it was because of that. But then really what it was about was the fact that there was a pedophile that was pardoned. And that situation had to do with the government, a government official who ended up being the wife of the Magyar guy, who was an insider inside Orban's orbit, if you will. And then from there, he starts this new party. So remember, the quote-unquote opposition party in Hungary is really from Orban's party. This was a takeover, for all intents and purposes. And so this guy just said today that he's going to keep all of the immigration things. He's not going to listen to the EU and all that. We'll figure out a way to get rid of the fines. So he's either the greatest, amazing liar, socialist, communist, globalist, or he's going to continue to be as good as Orban, if not even better, on immigration and things like that. Like I said, this was a takeover plus corruption plus a pardoned pedophile. That was the reasons Orban lost. And this guy basically took over Orban's own party and then started another one and beat him. That's really what happened. So populism still won in a big, big way in the country. And that's what I want to really point out. Because the left is saying, they didn't like Orban and his policies and immigration and all this other bullshit. Come on. This was pure scandal, really, and the economy. And that was it. And this guy might even be better. He might even be better. Seriously. So time will tell.
Well,
he's either a great liar or he's going to be better or the same. So.
And it's funny because I set you up for that one because I wanted you to explain it, because I'm playing off what everybody's saying. Of course, also that this is a sign for the midterms that Trump has no sway, blah, 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 blah. It's all bullshit. It's all theater. It's all crap, But going back to who we spoke about before, Baldassaro is going to run for president again. And I don't know how he can, considering what they've done to him. Oh. And again, I would trade, 5,000 Republicans and 50,000 Democrats for one Baldassaro in America. I'm just throwing that out there, but that came out today. I think he's out of prison, right? They put him in prison for something.
They beat him. Didn't they shoot him too? And he survived a stabbing. I think it was a stabbing, actually.
Yeah, stabbing.
Someone tried to stab him. And, they have treated him. They've set him up. What Lulu did to Brazil was January 6th.
Yes.
Part 2. That's all it was. They learned from the January 6ers and our intelligence. Lulu learned from the communists and did the exact same thing. Actually, even a lot more brutal.
Yeah.
And that's how they stole the election in Brazil.
It's sick, man. It's just freaking sick.
So,
But apparently he's going to run again, and I want him to badly because that man equals hope, and he's a freaking warrior, and I love him. You know,
there's a lot of good leaders just around Central America,
yes,
and South America and stuff, and some in Europe too. So populism and nationalism is spreading, and we got to make sure it continues to spread, because the more it spreads, the more freedom everybody has, and that's what it's all about.
Amen. So. I had a funny video I wanted to play for you before. I played it earlier though. It's the one comic doing the Candace Owens impression, of her talking about Erica Kirk. And
Goodness, yeah, I saw that.
It. Oh, you saw it?
I think I saw that one. Yeah, it's pretty brutal.
It was actually excellent. But anyway, so we have a few minutes left here. What do we got? 10 minutes left?
I think so. What else is going on? Let's see.
Yeah,
well, obviously this blockade. Let's discuss this a little bit.
Yeah.
So this is checkmate, basically, and we've already won the game. The game is already over. We're pretty much at the part where we're picking up the parts and putting them in the box, and we're getting ready to put the cover on it and walk it to the closet for next time. And we're in that process right now. What I worry about is that if we do something stupid, and we do some type of 20-year moratorium deal that they won't want to develop nuclear weapons for just 20 years. Then after that, fuck it, bomb us all, have fun, right? So I hope that he doesn't do anything like that. I don't think he will, but that's what I'm worried about. I mean, he's constantly talking about a deal, this, it's imminent, that, all this. And again, a lot of it's shadow diplomacy. So I just hope he doesn't do anything stupid and work out some kind of deal. I really don't, because we need to obliterate this regime, whatever's left of it, and let those people finally be free. We can't be coming back and then they build again. We're gonna bomb them again. Just wipe them the fuck out.
Yes, end it for all, and I still believe it's gonna happen. I genuinely do. I feel good about saying that. And if I'm wrong, I'll admit that I'm wrong. But I genuinely feel like there's, like you said, this was about China. This was about a lot of things, and the freedom of the people. But again, what? It's funny when you hear the woke right, and that's what we're calling it now. All right, the woke right and the left saying the same things. That this is Trump's Iraq, Trump's Afghanistan, blah 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 blah. But meanwhile, you literally have people from Iran posting videos saying President Trump and Israel keep bombing.
Exactly. Exactly.
Like, that's not paid people by America. These are regular people begging for more. All right.
And not only that, the ceasefire ends April 22nd.
Yes.
Yeah, April 22nd. So we could have a commencement of operations starting on the 23rd. Because remember, we only have until May 28th. That's it. That's all you get. Because after that, the War Powers Act, you'd be in violation of it, and you would need Congress to continue it. And Congress isn't going to vote to continue it. That's how you know this thing is going to wrap up in a relatively short amount of time.
Oh, it's coming, man. It's coming. So I mean, dude, there's so much, but it's an interesting time. And again,
it is. They just announced that I think the State Department and Hegseth said that they are in contact with General Motors and Ford Motor Company to start building more military equipment and getting it out faster. Kind of something what they did in World War II. They stopped auto manufacturers for a while to help, with weaponry and ballistics and all that stuff. So they helped out with COVID, he said. They made ventilators and equipment and stuff. So now they're asking them to start building more like tanks and, armored vehicles and things like that. The car business themselves. So be interesting to see. Maybe it'll bring a boost more manufacturing.
Oh, absolutely.
Which would be amazing.
We're going to see an F-Panzer 350. We're going to,
I don't know what that is, but it sounds like a amphibious artillery vehicle or something.
That's right. A Chevy Silverado Striker, Chevy tough, Chevy strong.
Chevy tough.
Yeah.
Like a rock. Remember that?
Like a rock. What do you
The
drive?
commercial.
What do you
Me?
drive? Yeah.
Well, I actually drive a manual transmission, believe it or not.
Nice.
I'm like one of the only people left that drive a manual transmission, Nissan Sentra, and it's an older model on purpose. And I did that because the newer cars, 2019 or 20, is when they started adding in all that extra shit on them with OBS systems and spying and everything else, chips. Forget it. So I have 2 older cars, and then my wife has an older car as well. So,
wow.
And then I have an SUV as well. So
that's interesting. See, we do the 20 questions at AMA with Josh Bernstein.
Yeah.
Things I never knew.
Yeah, the SUV didn't expect that one. Unfortunately, my father-in-law passed, and it happened pretty sudden. And so my mother's like, "Well, we've got this SUV. You want it?" And it was nice. It's a Honda CR-V, and I was like, "Hell yeah!" And so she wanted $5,000 for it. It was worth like $8 or $85 low book. So I was like, "Hell yeah!" So I have that vehicle too. And again, they're both older vehicles because I don't trust the new shit. I'm telling you, I just don't. I think there's some kind of shit in there where they could turn your brakes off. Who knows? I just don't trust the new cars.
It's hard to. Why don't you buy yourself a nice electric vehicle or drive for you? You know,
electric.
You're in them. Get the fuck out of here. Like, you know, dude, it's. I told you, man. It was Arizona when I went there this past September at that evil job I was working for. And come out of the airport, and it's like, it used to be, God, I missed the days of taxis, but everything's Uber. Okay. I was just looking around like, God, can it please be an Uber? Every car here to pick me up has no driver, but it's still driving.
Oh my goodness.
I refused, man. I had to wait extra long.
That's
for an
scary.
Uber at Sky Harbor, but I'd rather wait. And the driver couldn't thank me more. It's like, thank you so much. He goes, all you see is all these cars that have no drivers.
Yeah, or you see these little tiny red. Have you seen these little things? These like little red wagons. They're really tiny, right? And they're just rolling around. I think they're a delivery. Are they delivery or they're probably delivering food or something?
Something.
I was like, what the fuck is that thing?
Dude,
the
Uber drivers. I love Phoenix. I love Arizona. I love Sedona. I love Scottsdale. I'm partial to Phoenix and Scottsdale.
Sedona's cool.
There, so many good people to me. They were so hospitable. And I love it, right? I'm not even a Heat fan, but Arizona's different. It hits different. And one day we're going to build our damn studio and house out there. But
there we go. That'd be cool.
That's the goal. So right there, Bernstein and Sbriglio. Got to put the Jew
there
first.
You go.
We get some more money.
Yeah, right.
Enterprise. We're going to have a whole
attorneys at law.
Attorneys at law.
Yeah.
It's coming. But like, man, but I haven't been there in a few. Like, I took my wife there to girlfriend. And I proposed to her in Sedona in the hot air balloon ride.
In Sedona. Nice.
Yes. I surprised her, took her there for her birthday. We were floating over, Sedona, with the sun
look at
up.
you romance.
I know. And
romance.
A real American hero. I got my fat ass down on one knee in the basket. The pilot's like, we're going to be coming down soon. So if anybody wants to do anything. And I literally, dude, you don't need to know this, but I don't care. I'm walking around my book bag everywhere because I'm trying to find the perfect spot, right? Trying to find the perfect spot. And I didn't know where it was going to be. I had all these different ideas. And somebody said, the hot air balloon ride. And we found out how much it was. And how it's like, absolutely not. That's insane. That's too much damn money, like $800 or whatever. Then she went and got a massage and a reading done or some shit like that. So, of course, I booked it. Everything else, we get there. It's like, why do you have your book bag with you everywhere you go? Like, we don't have a lot of room in this basket. There's other people. Like, I have to take it with me. It's like a safety thing. So she was like so bad that I have my book bag everywhere. And then she turned around, and then these people are holding my phone, recording the proposal and everything else. Right? The pilot did his thing. And I got down on one knee. She turns around. She goes, "What are you doing?" And I lifted the ring. Oh, God. Then she cried, and it was a beautiful moment. It was great. We had champagne and cherry cheese Danish once we landed. But dude, I don't know why the hell I went there. But I love Arizona. But I had to have the Uber driver explain to me what all these freaking things are, and the little red wagon looking things. We don't know what it delivers.
I think it's a seriously, you could put a bomb on that thing.
Right?
I mean, what the hell is that? Are those things licensed? It's like they're weird. Flipped out when I saw the driverless cars in Phoenix in December.
Timothy Shea. Exactly, dude. Like, he was just there for AmFest. And
it is weird. You pull up to a light and you're like, what the hell? What? Yeah, it's all dark and weird. And
I couldn't even look around at proper Arizona because I'm too busy looking at all these damn things. Like, what is this? Yeah, like kind of freaky, man. But
yeah, it's all this high tech shit that they have in Chandler, and a lot of these big tech, companies have come in, and then the manufacturing, the power chips, and all that. It's all been built up in the last 15, 20 years. So, yeah, that's why I'm away from it all in my own secluded little area that I will not disclose.
Little Tel Aviv.
And I'm happy. Yes, Little Tel Aviv.
Well, that's
exactly.
Good. I mean, do you have a wall outside?
You need a gun. You need a gun to walk around every single night, but that's only for the animals.
Yes.
And not the ones that carry guns.
Yes. And what the hell are they called? I forget. The jumping cactuses, the ones that...
Oh, the jumping cholla. You don't want to fuck with the jumping cholla.
No, I do.
Woo! My brother came out for a visit in the late 90s, early 2000s, and we rented motorcycles and all that. I had one, but we rented one for him. And then we decided to go quad riding and this and that. And he was wearing shorts, and I was wearing jeans. He's like, "Why are you wearing jeans? It's so hot." I'm like, "Because there's these things called jumping chollas." And he's like, "What the hell is that?" So I told him what it was. And he was wearing shorts. And he's like, "That's bullshit." Sure enough, he got just pelted in both of his legs going through a brush area on a quad. And he was just screaming. And we had to get him to the hospital and pull those fuckers out. Oh, it was terrible. To this day, he said he still has numb spots in one area of his leg from that. So, yeah, the desert's no joke. The desert, it's not pointless, I can tell you that. It's very pointy, and there's a lot of creatures and shit, rattlesnakes. Thankfully, they don't, come after you. They're not like a snake that, chases you down. But if you see one, you need to stay the hell away from it, walk way far away from it. But it's not going to, you can look back, it's not going to be chasing you or anything. They don't bother you. But if, you get too close, you could be in trouble. Scorpions, too, they're disgusting.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, they're disgusting.
It's real world danger
5-6 times a year, probably you see them, somewhere around your house or whatever. Not where I live now, but where I used to live. So, yeah, there's scorpions all over, black widow spiders, javelinas. Just saw one the other night where we're out. Javelina, it's like a wild desert pig, basically. And they run around in groups of 10 to 12. And they always have 2 or 3 little babies with them. And so if they think that you're going to mess with their babies, they'll charge at you. And thankfully, that's never happened to me, other than one time with a buddy of mine. And I jumped into a pickup truck, and the thing hit the side of the pickup truck full force. And I looked down, and it was all dizzy like a cartoon. And then eventually it just ran away. But no, if they think the young is going to be threatened, they'll charge at you. So, like I said, there's that. You've got mountain lions, but not really close to where I'm at. And then you do have the, what do you call those? Bobcats. Yeah. Bobcats and coyotes. So.
Yeah, dude. Wow.
And that's it. Well, but it's crazy, yeah.
You don't have to worry about the wild pigs too much because, pork,
Yeah, they don't come near the Jews. Not too much.
Does anyone ever talk about how you guys and the Muslims have some interesting things in common?
Yeah, really. I know. It is kind of weird. It is kind of weird.
BB sending you a message? He's telling you.
Yeah, I just got one. Don't say what? What was that?
You need to go back to.
What do you mean I can't say that?
The mothership is calling. You're not allowed.
Oh, man.
Oh, dude, this is great. Sorry for the
holy
random
shit.
questions, but
no, we're good. We're good.
Dude, it's over already. I mean,
yeah.
Look, you're playing. I mean,
that was a good one.
That was fun.
That was good. Hour and a half. I love doing the hour and a half.
Me too.
But when I was doing a lot of editing with that thing, holy shit, the file came back so big. I had to figure out how to. It was terrible. It was a big one. So if we try to keep them around an hour, no problem. Well, yeah, I can clip those pretty damn good.
I'm going to ask you to edit POLITI-SHOCK for me. Okay.
Okay.
So for the next 3 weeks, you'll be going through one show. He did a 17-hour show.
A 17-hour show. Could you imagine?
You never know.
I would do 4 or 5 hours live, at an event. Yeah. Like that, I can see, no problem. I would love to do that. We should do something like that. Set up a booth somewhere, and just talk about whatever happens and talk about whatever, whatever. That would be cool.
Yeah,
that'd be really cool. Getting people registered to vote.
Yeah.
You know?
We should freaking do it, man. Plan a road trip, plan something, what the fuck? I'm just saying,
Mm-hmm.
And also, just so the public knows, like, Josh and I have spoken, like, we're more than willing to do Rage of Aquarius, like, daily, like, for an hour or something, but it takes you. So,
we can't do it yet, that's for sure. So.
Show us you want it and send us some damn money, like, come on, do something. So,
but it would be fun. It would absolutely be a blast.
Hell yeah, man. So with that, I mean, Josh is tired.
I'm exhausted.
He's ready to get teleported back to whatever whatever thing he's going to in Israel.
I gotta go walk the dogs.
Oh well, that's more important actually.
Mm-hmm.
So it's okay. That
Yep.
keeps Muslims away too. And
it certainly does.
Yes,
absolutely.
But was Full Throttle fun tonight?
Oh, absolutely! What a blast! It's always fun, dude.
That's
It's always fun. It's always fun. Enjoy the next however many hours that you continue on for the evening.
We're almost a quarter way done.
You're about a quarter way.
Yeah, a
Gotcha.
little over 3 hours, so we got about another 9 more to go. But like seriously though, I hope you tell your people, like, I was going to start coming back on Full Throttle, but you're the prick that had to counter program me, so it's all on.
Yeah, it was the time of the year. It switched.
I know.
So-
So I can only be there during the normal hours.
The other time. All right. Well,
The other
It is
time.
what it is.
Ladies and gentlemen,
There it is.
buy the damn book. And again, the link is in the show description. Okay, so you just got to click on it and purchase. And
Absolutely.
it doesn't.
And one more thing, the JBU show
Yes.
right here at
Yes,
substack.com.
yes, right there. Also,
But also, we are now rolling out more of these T-shirts. And
yeah,
it's called Rage Exchange. We changed the name. Rage Exchange on Etsy. But because it's so brand new, the store, it's not circulated yet in the SEO. So if you type in the search bar, capital CRY space capital HARDER, Cry Harder, it'll bring it right up to where the shirt is, the Cry Harder shirt. And then underneath it, there's a link and it says Rage Exchange. So until the SEO catches up, that's the best way to get to it. Cry Harder in Etsy in the search bar. But man, there's some really cool designs. I mean, we just did one where Trump has like a whole bunch of cards. He's got like a full house. He's got all the chips, and then the Iranians have binkies in their mouths, and they have Go Fish as their cards. And they're at like Trump casinos. So there's just really unique designs that you won't see anywhere else. Everyone loves the Cry Harder one, which is President Trump holding a box of Kleenex with screaming liberals on each side of him. So that one's that's on there as well. So check it out, Cry Harder on Etsy and jbushow.substack.com.
And the Substack link is also in the description. So all you gotta do is click it and go poof, just like that. Make it easy for you.
Boom.
But we gotta get the other one up ready for Sunday. That way I can show it to the world and put it on the big show, if you will. So we will make that happen. My brother, always
You
a
got
good
it.
time.
God bless. God bless everybody.
Man. You know I love you. And
all right, man.
And wait, don't you leave yet. Don't you go yet. Wait.
Okay.
Now you can go. I'm ready to play the video. My marker to where to start.
Gotcha.
I'm real witty like that.
All right, man.
Brother, love you.
Adios.
Man.
Take care, everyone. Bye.
Be good.
Rage of Aquarius with your hosts Dan Smeriglio and Josh Bernstein every Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Voice of the People USA Radio and Television Network. Download our apps on Android and Apple to never miss a show. Watch at 9 p.m. Eastern Time on Roku TV, Fire TV, and Android TV, or visit VOPUSARadio.com.
Look at that. It's just me again. Wow, that was like really, really daunting. I like came back and it's like so silent around me. It's like, where'd everybody go? Ladies and gentlemen, I am Dan. You're watching POLITI-SHOCK, and that was POLITI-SHOCK's Hour of Rage with the one and only Mr. Josh Bernstein, as you still see behind me. And always fun. And again, you can catch that re-aired episode tomorrow night. I'm doing it 10 p.m. Eastern now. I fuck around with it. I put it on different times to see if, where it drums up a little bit of whatever. So And then, of course, Sunday nights, as you just seen, 9 p.m. Eastern time, we do the Rage of Aquarius. We did a special 90-minute edition live this past Tuesday, and it was really awesome. It was a really good time, really good show. And Josh does his show, prior to coming on here. So he's going for a couple hours and coming on here and doing it. So it's always fun. And we're giving you more content, ladies and gentlemen. So do us a favor. I legitimately need to raise like $400. All right. It's pathetic, but and I don't expect anything, but if you would be so kind, you can donate to try to help us out doing what we do. People have been generous and donating for Hollis and what she's doing with holistics. I think that's so cool. And that's a whole separate thing though, and this takes money, and we're not getting people stepping up and, offering to help. We have a lot more ideas, a lot more things that we're getting off the ground, and we're going to be launching and doing because we find a way to do it anyway. Full disclosure, Tim Shea, Timothy, Timbo, the man, MAGA Institute, you see in the chat room. We like to brainstorm a lot with him, and he helps us out with a lot of stuff as well, especially with some of the formulation and also a voiceover for something forthcoming. So I'm just saying. But, there's a lot of stuff we have going, and we do it all, out of our own pocket. So if you could help and donate, please do. I never actually ask for money. I say donate, but I never actually say, hey, we need to raise $400. But yeah, we do. And we'll find a way to pay it anyway. Yeah, actually, we legitimately need to raise $2,000 by July. But, will we find a way to come up with the money on our own? Sure we will, because it's what we do. But, if you could help, please do. The way and, that you could donate is right there. Actually, let me just be semi-professional here and switch back to that one. We'll go that one. Yeah. But you see where it says support the show, buy us a coffee, go to buymeacoffee.com/VOP USA Radio. And again, to make it really easy for you, if you're technologically savvy, and Dad, I'm looking at you. You know how to do it. I don't want you to donate though. You and Joe donate. All right. So don't. But literally, my father, we taught him. Actually, he doesn't even need to scan anymore. He doesn't need to do the QR thing because we got it. We hooked up his cell phone. We made it work, and he's ready to go now. So that's kind of cool. But for you technologically savvy folks out there, there it is, live in your face. You could scan that bad boy. Go to buymeacoffee.com/VOP USA Radio. Sign up for a membership. I'm not going to start doing the special content, for our VOP posse tier until we actually have some people sign up for it. But it's there. There's stuff to offer. There's special stuff that we're going to do and everything else. So you have a chance to be a part of it. If you'd rather not, excuse me. Cough button, mute. Anyway, if you'd rather not donate to Buy Me a Coffee, you also have the option of going to our PayPal. Go to VOPUSARadio.com, look at donate, get involved. There's ways to donate on there as well. So I'm asking for your help. Do I think anything's going to come of it? Absolutely not. But I'm actually asking for one. So you could help us give you more content, make it better, make it easier, make it whatever. You could be directly involved, and we need the help. And yes, even though I haven't spoken in a while because I miss them dearly. I miss Aaron and Amy and Aspen very dearly from Maine. You all have heard me talk about them. You know who they are if you've been a long time listener, and a lot of you apparently are. So get off your ass and donate, please. But, Aaron and Amy are also ones that we would talk to and we would spitball ideas with and, go, oh, Aaron, great show. See, thank you, Aaron. Our Josh and I segment, you enjoyed it. But again, the people we literally just run ideas off of, Tim, Aaron, Amy, and, really, I don't even know if there's anybody else, Danielle Walker as well. We're constantly coming up with new things. We constantly have new ideas, new things we want to launch. And again, we are gearing up to do a complete, I'll let the cat out of the bag. You're not going to see Aftershock tonight. All right. If you watched Holistics earlier, every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern time, watch Hollis live on Holistics as she does a show that's completely not political. Tomorrow's her special TGIF edition, where she's going to have Jess actually join her for the whole show, which will be fun. And it's going to be cool, and I love what she does because it's special. So Aftershock, what you see right there, is kind of a thing of the past. I can't say it'll never come back, but realistically, we're evolving into something else. So starting next week, POLITI-SHOCK might actually end at 3 hours. Oh my God. It might actually just be a 3-hour show. But does that mean I'm going to go away? Absolutely freaking not, because I can't just talk for 3 hours. I do the show with Josh. It's like an hour, like, just getting warmed up, Wait, I'll tell you right now, I'm just getting fired up. There you go. That's my Alex Jones impression for the night. But, POLITI-SHOCK will end, and it will go to our newest thing, and these are the things that we're doing. All right, this is why you donating and you helping us, foot the bill for some of the crap we got to do. And it's hard right now. I'm still waiting for a job, apply to thousands of jobs and get, tens of interviews and, wait around like a dumb bastard. But hey, unemployment is my money. It's just not enough. But we find a way because we believe, we persevere, we keep going forward. And I'm not no victims here. You just keep fighting harder, right? That's the way of the world, people. But we still are putting out new things and still creating new things. And that's why donations would go a long way. So if you would be so kind and actually help out, it would be greatly appreciated. Do I expect to hit the $400 goal? Even if we hit the 400, we actually have to hit like 460 to get the 400 after Buy Me a Coffee takes their cut. I would say go directly to our PayPal, which you can find on the site, or the Stripe, or the million different ways you could donate to us. Cash App's the best, that's just VOP USA Radio. But, everything takes a cut. Everything takes a cut. So whatever you send us $20, we get like 15 of it, 14 of it after they take their cut. It's a way of the world, right? It's how it is. But nevertheless, every single dollar you send us will go to actually go back into what we're doing. And yeah, I'm doing a freaking PSA right now. I don't care. But it's true. But as I was saying, Aftershock ends, but the show continues. Whoops. I'm like headbutting my microphone there. And it's just going to turn into something new. And you might have seen this earlier if you were watching Holistics, but if not, I don't have the cool sound effects yet. If I had some trippy shit, I would totally do it as an homage to one of my favorite shows, and a show that yours truly, actually got to go to the WILK studios in Pittston. I think it was in Pittston, Pennsylvania. I don't know if you even knew this, Dad. And I got to host. I mean, that's kind of cool, right? To say that I actually did it. I mean, yes, we were co-hosts and everything else. So I got to go into the radio station and do the whole little, satellite bull, blah, 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 whatever. But I got to host Coast to Coast, which has been one of my longtime favorite shows for a very long time. And I got to be one of the special co-hosts. It was actually 2.5 nights, which is kind of funny, but it was really cool. But now we are doing our homage to Coast to Coast. No scripts here, no teleprompters. Real. And I fuck up freely. But I recover. We're doing our own version of Coast to Coast and changing the conversation up. And Hollis saw the name, and I think the name is cool, but we're going to see it right here, right now. Are you ready for the reveal? If you didn't see it earlier, it's coming. Boom! Instead of Aftershock, you are going to get that bad boy. Hang on, let me hide that. Hollis Mahady Smirglio. Oh, I didn't even know she had her whole name on there, her whole legal name. God love her. I even told her, just use Hollis, the poor thing. But hey, she took the name. But right there, Coast to Coast, from sea to shining sea, late night mysteries. So basically, if you're familiar with Coast to Coast, you know what it is. And during this show, Hollis and I are going to actually just go a different way, which you heard us do many, many times on Aftershock. Talk about psychics, talk about aliens, talk about all this shit. That's fun, different conversation. But also the government programs, the lead ups, like the white papers. Like we're gonna go into like political stuff, just and how it's relevant to the what's going on now. But we're gonna do it in the vein of Coast to Coast, and we're rightfully calling it Ocean to Ocean. So we're gonna have fun. We have no idea. We're not gonna pre-plan. We freeball everything that we do. But it's going to be fun. It's going to be different. It's going to be unique. And I'm going to take calls during this show, I promise you. But also, eventually on Ocean I want to take calls as well. Right now, we're thinking we're going to do it Thursday nights and Saturday nights. Thursday. So basically, POLITI-SHOCK will end at midnight-ish, depending on any runover, and then go right to Ocean. So it's kind of like Aftershock, just changing up the format. And we're going to go, I mean, let's be honest. You really think we're not going to go like 2-3 hours at a minimum? So we're going to keep doing our thing, but it's going to be different. And I look forward to it. So Ocean to Ocean is a thing. It is coming. It is real. It's going to start. We're going to start next Thursday. I don't give a shit. So again, something to look forward to. If you enjoy hearing me talk, you probably enjoy hearing Hollis talk more. I don't blame you. She's actually doing another live right now, in the back room. So God love her, man. That girl just keeps going. She's doing so much, not just building everything, creating everything, but doing all this content, even doing the TikTok thing, which, you know, she's about as much of a fan of as I am, but going and breaking her ass, just trying to do everything and anything possible to, again, you know, get the exposure out there, build the brands, but also, yes, raise money. And that's why you could help. So if you could help us meet our first goal of $400, please do. Go and show support. Go and donate if you can. It means a lot to us, you know? And I hate asking, and I also hate asking because I expect nothing. But you never know unless you try, right? And again, if you want to help get us past the 400 and get us to our $2,000 goal by July, that'd be even nicer. You know, it'd be even easier. But hey, we do what we need to do. But again, it's because of that. And also, you heard me speak earlier to MAGA Alliance for Trump. You know, they're going to have their show coming as well. In all these things, all the content we bring, you know, it costs us money to do. And, you know, we are wholeheartedly, you know this about us by now. I'm just preaching to the choir at this point. You know that everything that we do is out of our own pocket. Every single piece of production of show. Unfortunately, you got your bandwidth, your the other crap and the transcoding and the encoding and the other thing. Timbo knows what I'm talking about. You know, it's expensive as hell. You know, but we're optimistic and we believe in it. We keep going. So don't view me as being downtrodden at all. I'm not being negative, nothing. I actually feel more inspired these last couple days than ever before. Not that I didn't prior, but I feel something different. If I sound tired or look tired, that's just my natural state. But I'm actually quite optimistic, except when it comes to you people actually donating, you know, again, sans the, all right. And again, you know, so it's Aaron, Joe, my dad, Timbo, and Danielle. Those are the 5 people that have donated to us. And of course, the one and only Mr. Steve Stern, who did not have to, but did, you know? But again, so that's 6 people that have given us monies that we didn't even ask for because they believe and they're good people and we love them. We love them even without them taking their money, you know? Without taking their money. But that's 6 people. The last POLITI-SHOCK had 8.41 million people. 6 people, 8.41 million. So, do you see where I'm going with this, ladies and gentlemen? You can step up and help out if you know, and again, hey, I don't expect it, so you can't let me down, but it would be cool. But again, every single thing, you know, every single thing that we do is just paid for out of pocket. So, understand, but we're going to keep pumping out more content anyway, because quite frankly, we enjoy doing this and we want to expand the conversation. We want to do different content, we want to do different things, and it's fun. So even with Hollis's show, I mean, she's kicking ass. She's doing her thing. We had a week where we couldn't go live, obviously, as you might have caught on, because we were in Pennsylvania and the timing, it just didn't work out the way we would have liked it. We had everything. We had our roadcaster with us, we had our mics with us, we had everything with us, and it didn't happen. But it's understandable. But at the same time, we got to spend quality time, you know, me with the in-laws and also hanging out with my dad, who, again, if you ever meet my father, you know, I don't, none of you, actually, I can't say none of you, Aaron, Amy, you know, like, you know, some of you people might actually end up meeting my dad in the real world. So be prepared, though. If you meet my father, he's an interesting individual. And if he knows he's going to meet you in advance, he may very well cook a feast for you that could feed 40, because that's just what he does. But, you know, we got to hang out. I got to smoke some Anisette cigars. And Dad, I haven't had one yet, but I've been craving it. So probably tomorrow night, I'm going to light one up. And I have other cigars. We went to the tobacco shop and it just awesome. But the Anisette cigars are amazing. Oh my God. It speaks to the Guinea in me. What can I say? But like, it's just so damn good. I don't even drink, but it's good, you know, but we got to hang out with him. I think we hung out with him like 3 nights, you know, and then spend time with mother-in-law, my father-in-law, you know. So it was definitely cool. It was a good experience, and I don't regret it. The only thing we regret is the fact that we didn't go live with all of you. So apologies. But again, we're a 2-person operation here, folks. So you do what you can do when you can do it and how you can best do it. There you go. If that made sense, you're a better person than me. Anyway. But again, the moral of the story is donate if you can. It would be appreciated. And tune in. I mean, if you're bleed over, I mean, Ocean's going to be pretty freaking cool. because I'm going to go into a lot of stuff, man. And Hollis, I mean, we're on the same mindset, of the same mindset. And it's funny because all the lives that we do, and she does more than me. I was at the point literally years ago where when we had other people on the network and everything else, when it first launched, like 2020, like the full 24-hour network, like everybody wanted me to like be on the show, be a co-host on the show. Oh, you're going to come on my show because you have an audience. I'm like, no, do your own thing. You don't need me. I wanted to be on as little as possible because it's not about me, But I'm about to launch a daily show as well. So you can expect that. The ocean thing is going to be something new and different, unique. There's another show that's coming. It's going to be completely 360, like something you've never seen before when it comes to me. But why the hell not? Because it's something that I'm passionate about and want to do. And I think you'll get a kick out of it, if nothing else. But we wanted different content. But it's funny because the person I do the least amount of lives with is actually Hollis. We do Aftershock, and, that was our only time really doing anything live, in a long time. So this is going to be fun for us. And there's so much stuff we want to get into, so many things we want to talk about, and it's just going to be a good time. So expect it. Now, comment. Sorry, Dan, but I set up automatic $10 per month payment every month, so you guys get $120 a year from me, whether you like it or not. See? He's a stubborn prick. But I love him. So be like Joe, who we specifically say, don't give us more money. And he still gives money. Then does the automatic thing. But you know what? I love you, man. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. It means a lot. And then Aaron, Aaron's Aaron. I want to get Aaron up. That's Aaron. I'm calling you out. If you're still listening right now, I'm calling you out. I want to get you on camera on POLITI-SHOCK. I am calling you out, Aaron Mishaw. I think I said your name right, too. I didn't say Mashad. Mishu. Oh, God. If anybody knew, Aaron, you and I can get together on camera. We can eat some putzen live on air for the whole world to see. You're the only one that knows what I'm talking about when I say that. Anyway, but I want Aaron on the air. This just came to me. This is my call to action. Hashtag release the slush fund files. Hashtag get Aaron on POLITI-SHOCK. None of you are going to do this hashtag shit. I realize this. So understand, I'm being funny. But I'm sincere with what I say. Because you have heard me talk about Aaron. You have seen Aaron in the chat room. And he's one of the very few people in this world that I love. So we need him on the show. So that way you all could put a face to the name. And then you can love Aaron too. Because he's a great guy. It'd be cool to have the whole clan on. Even his son is freaking great. So but I wouldn't do that. But Aaron, I'm calling you out. Aaron just, he donated it's a donation, but he paid for Hollis to do a Barracuda, her version of Barracuda, which, listen, I don't know how to describe Hollis's voice for those, and many of you heard it. My money is on Misho. You got it right. MAGA Institute with the win. That's the appropriate. I'm the dick. I was in Maine. It's very French centric there. And, I say poutine. It's poutine, and Mishad it actually is Mishu, I believe. So yeah, you're a worldly individual. So you're right. But anyway, but again, I didn't count going to that part of the world and, meeting such a great family of people who we consider family and we love dearly. And I miss, and I really hope we're still going to get together this summer. Getting them to Ohio is going to be the feat. We got to get them to Ohio. Then we're going to get together with Joe. And because we need to hang out with Joe in person. There's no excuse. And Aaron and Amy, I don't know if Aspen's going to come, but if AAA is going to come or AA, I don't know. But if you're going to come to Ohio, we're going to go find Joe. I'm going to personally go into Joe's house. I'm going to find whatever he uses to set up this automatic, payments and shit and break it or cancel it. I'm just saying. We're all going to get together. Timbo needs to be there too. It needs to be like a gathering, okay? A gathering. What bad? What? Whoa! What's this? Bad news, Dan. Just brought you and Hollis each a $12.50 frou chocolate. Mocha. I can't do it like Hollis. She does all that shit. I can't do it. Timbo, I hope that doesn't mean you donated. I hope you're being sarcastic because you're another one who's you know, you got to love the people that are there for you, right? And there's not many in this world. And it's unexpected sometimes, you know what I mean? And Aaron, Amy, and Aspen like never anticipated a million years just meeting people that like, you know, are instantly like family to you. And same thing with Tim, you know, like meeting him. And it's like, it was cool because I was a fan of his from back when he was doing his shows, you know? And then we ended up talking. He was a guest on the show, everything else. And then we just became friends, you know? And it's like, again, extension of family, you know? And Timbo and Danielle and Aaron and, you know, Steve, these people just, you know, they know what we're going through. They know what we're doing. It's, you know, it's not the easiest time right now, but we're motivated, damn it. We're determined. We find a way to win, damn it. You know, but they donate, they send money. They try to help and go above and beyond. And, you know, that doesn't define the person. That doesn't define the relationship. But I guess what I'm getting at here is I'm being sentimental. So if you don't like me being sentimental, then allow me to say, go fuck yourselves if that's what you're looking for. But I appreciate you all so much. And yeah, you did, didn't you? You did. No deal with it. Anyway, again, so to the 7,990,000, the rest of you, step up, damn it. Step up, please. It would be appreciated. I'm just saying. We could crush so many goals and actually, you know, pay for advertising and pay for the stuff being done for free by Hollis and, you know, my limited abilities. You know what I mean? Like just doing all this stuff. It's like it could go a lot further if people actually donated. And again, we have the numbers. All these influencers, all these big name people, they cream over it. Oh my God, how do you have so many people? Those numbers are amazing. We don't care about the numbers. You know, it's like we really don't care about that. We're proud of it because it's been 20 years of hard work, and especially these last 3 years. Well, since I met Hollis, like legitimately, sacrifice and the just backbreaking work has been like insane, but it's for a purpose, you know, and we could do so much more and expand so much further, but it takes involvement from the audience. That's what it comes down to. So there you go. And I agree. We do a VOP USA Jamboree, right? I've been calling for, you know that I want to do an event like Turning Point style, but have be for all independent media, real independent media. I do. I want to do that. I will host that one day, somehow, some way. We're going to do the damn thing, okay? But in the interim, a VOP USA Jamboree sounds freaking amazing. Preferably in the dead of winter, but we can't always get what we want, okay? I don't know about you, Joe. Joe, are you a summer person or a winter person? That's the question. I wonder. Because Aaron is all about the winter like me. Timbo likes it cold like me. So I wonder, Joe, what are you? Are you one of them? Are you a heat walker? But like seriously, it would be cool to do something. Everybody get together and kind of have just have fun with it, you know? Imagine the content we could put out. Did I sound like an influencer? Imagine the content. Oh, you know, oh, I gotta go to the bathroom, take a piss. Let me live stream. Fucking whatever. But like it would be cool to do a gathering. It really would. Honest to God, it'd be cool. Like I remember doing the Radio Row back at the Iowa caucuses in 2000, end of 2007, right, beginning of 2008. And it was an experience. It was a true blue, like surreal experience to actually organize this thing. At this point, I had held like 30 rallies and I was, you know, I'm freaking young and dumb and organizing this in Des Moines, Iowa. What the hell did I know about Des Moines, Iowa? You know, and we did it. We had a massive Radio Row. It was really successful. It was great. Made $0, spent tons of money that didn't have. It was effective. It was good. We can do something like that, damn it. You know? I don't know what the hell you call it, but I'm just saying. It just is a jamboree. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to play for you another quick video as I go take a sip of, get this, water. Not a fan, but I'm drinking a gallon a day of water. Do I like water? No. But does it like me? I guess. So therefore, I'm going to take a sip, hit the head, and then I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and we'll keep going for a little while longer. I think I'm going to end it at 4 hours tonight. I do. I'm going to end it at 4 hours. I have one more thing I want to get into. Well, just kind of like a wrap up, if you will. And we'll kind of just take it from there. So let me pick a video that you've seen before. You've seen it before. Let's play this one. And I will see you shortly.
It's a danger to the public. Planted in your skull. It's a danger to the public. Take out a chunk of skull, put the Neuralink device into the brain, and then stitch it up, and you wouldn't even know that somebody has it. It's a danger to the public. It's definitely going to be outside of human control. What happens when something vastly smarter than the smartest president comes along? It's very difficult to predict what happens. It will be used as a weapon.
Time for the people to take back this. Remembering we are the majority. The Constitution is people by the people to stand up.
steel in the spine of the great headline. Global chains, we tear those off. Fake patriots, we shake them off. Politi-SHOCK, we don't bend, we don't flop. Trump's our president forever. That's the mountaintop. Blue check Judas, wrapped in the flag, gripped in the bio, truth in a bag. They scream civil war from a condo couch. We're out in the dirt, calling that out. Whoa! Politi-SHOCK, we don't break, we don't stop. Flag in the fire, and it still won't drop. Trump in the chair, yeah, he runs that block. We the steel in the spine of the great headlock. Global chains, we tear those off. Fake patriots, we shake them off. Politi-SHOCK, we don't bend, we don't flop. Trump's our president forever. That's the mountaintop.
Gotta feel it now. It's a proper
You push
DJ.
division, we push back. We don't kneel to your script or your stats. Stars still burn through the smear and the spin. You'll never black pill the will to win. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Politi-SHOCK, we don't break, we don't stop. Flag in the fire, and it still won't drop. Trump in the chair, yeah, he runs that block. We the steel in the spine of the great headlock. Global chains, we tear those off. Fake patriots, we shake them off. Politi-SHOCK, we don't bend, we don't flop. Trump's our president forever. That's the mountaintop. Politi-SHOCK, line in the sand. Politi-SHOCK, Trump in the sea. We love.
Now, how about that one? I feel like a proper radio DJ playing songs, and that song was called Politi-SHOCK. But see, I can have fun with AI too, right? What the hell? I mean, why not? I mean, you know, there's always the other doozy, of course, you know. I mean, I don't. I mean, it's great. Boy, wait a minute. Just a minute.
Nation's pride, red, white, and blue. Globalist lies, splitting us in two. Stand tall, defend our land. Rise up with fist and iron hand. Voice of the people, radio rage, freedom calls. Break the cage, shield of truth, sword of might. Fight on, American nights. The truth doesn't give a fuck about your feelings. No retreat, no kneeling, no kneeling. The truth doesn't give a fuck about your feelings. Stand strong, unyielding. Against the tide, we take a stand. Global elites, scourge of the land. Patriots rise, unmask the lies. Scream loud, never disguise. Against the tide, we take a stand. Globally scourge of the land. Patriots rise, unmask the lies. Scream loud, never disguise. Breaking hearts, united creed. Denounce the puppets, never concede. Wave the flag, feel the power.
All right, I'm done. Listen, I like that song, okay? I can't help it. But, the truth doesn't give a fuck about your feelings. That's kind of, we do have the video, too. I should have pulled that up. That probably would have been better because, Hollis is in it. And that always makes it better. Not so much me. Hollis and Jake and Ruby and Pearl all made cameos in, Hollis more than a cameo. But they all made appearances. So you had the dog and the two cats. It was wonderful. All right. The video is shot in our epic studio right in Frenchville, Maine, actually, in our house. So there you go. But I got to have some fun with the music. You know what I mean? What the hell? And no, I didn't run out of things to talk about, but I'm just winding down. I'm winding it down. I'm being proper. Because if I started getting hyped up again, damn well that I would just go on for another 4 or 5, 6 hours, whatever the case may be. But I'm trying to be good. You know what's interesting? I want to know where the hell we're live on YouTube. Because I know Jess chimed in earlier tonight, and she commented from YouTube. It says view on YouTube. Oh, I want to see this real quick. Because it's almost like, oh my God, I'm watching us on YouTube. Wow. All right, that's kind of freaky watching myself. Anyway, but yeah, we're still on YouTube. I mean, what the hell? I mean, I don't know which link to share with you to actually, so you can see it on YouTube. Not that you really need to. Just go to VOPUSARadio.com and watch it right here or on the Rumble, whichever you so desire. But kind of interesting. I just can't believe YouTube is actually streaming POLITI-SHOCK live. It's like a pretty interesting occurrence, a rare occurrence, if you will. But no. Like I said, I'm not winding down at all. But Mooshlong, oh my God, Mooshlong in Maine, Mooshlong. But I'm trying to veer to the end, because I think I got a little emotional tonight, but it wasn't overdone. But these things aggravate me, and they should aggravate you as well. You know what I mean? And again, I cannot help but to get emotional when it comes to the election stuff, because again, I said it from the very beginning, what was going to happen, and you see it playing out, and you can't help but to not be pissed off about it. You can't help but to not be emotional about it and want something done, and I can't just bite my tongue and just, not tell you how I really feel. So yeah, I'm going to go off. And the other stuff was the religion stuff, and I hope I explained it to a point where you all understand. It's like, I don't have to attack any faith, although maybe I'm a hypocrite because I will attack, Muslims. But at the end of the day, it's just wrong. It's wrong to use these things as a way to divide and, segment people. And that's what we're seeing play out by the woke right, and they're doing exactly what they were told to do, exactly what they were ordered to do by their handlers, and it's playing out in real time, and it disgusts me. So yeah, I'm a little pissed about it, but I hope I explained it a little bit better so you understand me and where I'm coming from. Generally, I don't care if you do or you don't, but I figured in fairness, you deserve a little bit more of an explanation. So there you go. I agree. Islam isn't a religion. So, Timbo said in the chat room, he's 100% right. But, you see these same things, these tired things, like I was talking about with Josh, play out over and over and over again. You see the same tactics being used, the same, the methodology behind it. It's all the same. It's the same. And you see people fall for it every single time. So instead of being the people they need you to be, dumbed down, lobotomized zombies, be something different, I guess is the point. Be able to call it out, see it for what it is. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I want to see from the population at large, if you will. I want to see people wake up. I want to see people just stop being held or, take the noose off your neck. And it's unfair. It's not right. The Bannons of the world, these people, they lead you in. They make you think that you're part of something. And, you're this rebel force and you're all part of some bigger mission. You're not. You're part of a rope-a-dope, a flim-flam, if you will. I just seen a beautiful thing go walking by me. And that beautiful thing happens to be the one and the only Miss Hollis Mahady, heard on Holistics Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. But I told everybody, Hollis, I'm winding it down here in 8 minutes. I'm ending at 4 hours. Yes, I'm being good because we gotta get ready. Gotta get prepared for the other shows coming, the things we got going on this week, and again, the launch of Ocean to Ocean. That's kind of a big deal. So don't worry. For people who think I'm shortchanging you in POLITI-SHOCK, if anybody actually likes to hear me talk, again, what the hell is wrong with you? But you're going to get to hear me talk with Hollis, which you all like more, and you should. But Ocean to Ocean is going to be something fun. But again, you know, it's leading people astray. And it's the flim flam. It's the play. It's the, you know, it's a psyop. I know that's a term like even overused these days, but it legitimately is. And I want better for the people. I don't want people to feel like, you know, and there's some out there, and I've seen it in the comment sections and other areas, like on social media and on posts and things like that. Like you literally had people say, well, I've been a Catholic my whole life, but you know, Candace is right. And maybe I'm a different kind of Catholic, doesn't subscribe to the Catholic Church. Like, you know, like that's just sick and wrong. All right. It's sick and wrong to hold anybody up other than God, you know, other than Jesus Christ as some type of idol. All right. But you have people that, and all right, it takes a special type of idiot to be that easily led astray. But at the same time, it's so offensively wrong that these people are calling themselves Christians, Catholics, whatever, when they're obviously not. And they're leading people away from a core belief structure and putting all your faith, your trust in these people. They're going to guide you. They're going to guide you to some salvation. And now they're all calling for Democrats to win the midterms and Trump to be 25th Amendment. So are these the people that you should trust for your religious salvation, for your religious advice, or whatever the hell it may be? Like, is that really like the way forward? No, not at all. It's a sickness, but it's deliberate. And I think that's what upsets me. So I don't see myself being the defender of organized religion. I also don't want you to think that I'm sitting here attacking people because of your religious beliefs. No. But I get passionate about it because I don't see other people defending it appropriately. You have somebody like the Pope who should be defending it, who's too busy praising radical, you know, Islamic extremists and telling you how people deserve to be executed in Iran. I mean, like, it's sick. And even that person, again, a person doesn't reflect or represent Catholicism, doesn't represent the millions upon billions, of people who subscribe to that, who that's their belief structure. So when your leaders, when your figures are letting you down, it's beholden upon some of us who aren't brainwashed and aren't corrupted and aren't paid to do so, to be a voice of whatever. I'm not an authority figure, but I'm a voice of truth. I'm a voice of light in the wilderness, if you will, at least willing to call it out for what it is and at least offer a different perspective and, you know, hold them accountable. You saw people in the chat room earlier cheer me on, saying they love my breakdown. Fantastic job. You brought that, whatever. And, you know, and that means a lot to me. Thanks. I guess the points I made, you know, hit home a little bit, which is great. But I don't do it for that. I don't try to get any adulation out of this or for this. It's just how I legitimately feel. It's disgusting. And I'm tired of people being played and tired of people being used. And that's really what it comes down to. Believe in God. Fight for something more. Fight for something you believe in. Fight for your family. Fight for your loved ones. And instead of giving your time and attention and focus and energy on all these false prophets leading you astray and causing you pain and causing you obviously moral dilemma and moral confusion, religious confusion, or whatever it may be, it's like that's a sickness, people. Rather than that, come to places like VOPUSARadio.com. All right? There's alternatives out there is what I'm getting at. And because we are the alternative and we're not funded by anybody, we're not paid by anybody, hence why I said we're trying to meet a couple deadlines. So I'm asking you again, donate if you can. You know, I'd like to get $400. $400. Start there. Work towards the $2,000 goal by July. Will you step up? And I saw those comments here. Where were those comments? Let me see. Lots of luck breaking my support. I'm such a bass turd. You are a turd, Joe. You are a turd, my friend. But we love you anyway. Thank you. Thank you. Again, and then there's Timbo. Again, who you say don't support, they have to support. But that's just what people do. And then Summer Person. 12 dirt bikes, 2 Harleys, all about warm weather. I hate winter. I really do, but no offense to those who love it. Joe, you let me down again. So now I want you to donate quadruple. All right? You've lost me. There you go. That's good. That evens it out. If we do this, if Aaron Michaud answers the challenge, hashtag Aaron for POLITI-SHOCK, you know, and comes on POLITI-SHOCK and shows his face to the world, and we set up the VOP U.S.A. Jamboree as touted by the one and the only Timothy Shea. It'll be myself, Aaron, and Timbo as fans of the winter. And then we'd have Hollis, Joe, Amy as fans of the summer. In full disclosure, I actually don't mind the summer. The humidity gets to me. So, Tim, you could understand that. It's humidity. Like I said, I love Arizona. I would move to Arizona tomorrow. So, go figure. Does that make any sense? Does it make any sense? Craziness. Well, wait a minute. What is this? What is this? This freaking troll MAGA Institute, Timothy Shea. Hold up. I thought BB was giving you $7,000 a show after you found out you were a Jew. A Jew. Timbo, I'm only like half a Jew at best, maybe a quarter Jew at best. I'm trying to think, Dad. Mom didn't exactly practice Judaism. She taught CCD, I believe. Didn't you guys teach like religious classes at the Catholic Church on Sundays or something? I believe you did. I was young then, but I believe you did. So, no, actually, my mom taught CCD. I think Dad did. I don't know. He might have been out busting his ass somewhere. I don't know. So, technically, Timbo, I don't warrant the $7,000 payments because now my grandmother was a Jew. So, by that logic, I have a little bit of Jew in me, but I don't think it's enough to get paid. So, where can I sign up to sell out Mr. Shea? Thank you. But anyway, VOP USA Jamboree, I like it. Let's make it happen. A summer gathering. So it takes you, Aaron Michaud, to get your ass on POLITI-SHOCK live for the world to see, because I'm tired of talking about you. I'm tired of seeing you in the chat room. I'm tired of other people interacting with you. They need to see you. If Joe and Charlene and Jason could be on and Tim can be on, it's time, Aaron. It's time now. And then hop on the Meese, ride on down to Ohio this summer, and we're all going to get together at Joe's house. I'm going to have a portable air conditioner with me. Maybe we could rent a couple other ones or a snow machine. That'll be for Aaron, Timbo, and myself. And the rest of you could all do the dirt bikes and the quadding. Because Joe, we're just taking over your property. It's determined. All right. We're just going to come. We're just going to show up and take up your land. I'm just saying. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, what more do I have to say? What more? I mean, I could keep going. Oh my God. Did my media assets freeze again? Why does it do that? It literally, like, I can't scroll down and play something. That's weird. But I could do it. My widgets are fine. Everything else is fine. But my media assets are frozen and I cannot scroll down. Wow. First world problems, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Anyway, wait, what? Yep, I got it, Dan. That's why I was able to explain how the war room policy has been very much split up into 4 different groups now, and I just couldn't stand anymore. Good. It's not even a shame because I never cared for the war room or Bannon realistically, but you know, again, I'm never really let down. I'm never really let down by these people because they all of them to me are disingenuous and they're fake and they're fraudulent, right? But I'm happy. And I'm obviously, thank you for choosing us for many reasons, is because we actually consider you family. But I appreciate it. But you're right. And that divisionary tactic being done with the War Room posse and everything else is legit, and it's done intentional, and it's about splitting support, demoralization. It's what it is. It's exactly what it is. That's why you should say War Room posse. F you. I'm joining the VO posse. The VO posse. Oh my God. That's how you know I didn't pee, by the way, during the video. I really need to pee. I need to drink more water, and it's time to end the show because now my mouth. Is that what Cottonmouth was like? I wouldn't know. So instead of the War Room posse, join the VOP. Oh my God, posse by going here and signing up. buymeacoffee.com/VOP USA Radio. So there, it's a tier you could join. I'm telling you, you should do it. Please help us out. So I would happily play music right now as I'm saying goodbye to you, but I can't scroll down to get to my music for some apparent reason. So I have no idea why. Let's see. But I can play music on my Roadcaster. That's right. It's kind of annoying, but I hit the wrong one. You'll deal with it. You'll learn to love it. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. I appreciate it again. And you see, I'm actually in a good mood. So as passionate as I got, you know where the passion came from, and what it's about. And I hope you could see that and understand it. And I apologize for not doing any real elongated rants tonight. And I didn't strike Timbo. I didn't strike my quota for Jew tonight. And Joe, I don't think I cursed enough tonight. Something's wrong with me. Something is very wrong with me. It was damn near professional. Except my one kind of longer rant. And Joe, that's your fault because you set it up for me. So, but we're on the same page, brother. We're on the same page. But everybody, seriously, thank you so much. I appreciate you all. Even the 99.9% cheap bastard majority of you out there listening. So do me a favor, freaking donate. Show me that you care. I shouldn't say that because I'll be very let down. But do something different. Surprise me. How about that? How about that? And as I said, be prepared next week because right there, ladies and gentlemen, right there, it'd be earlier, POLITI-SHOCK's going to end. And this one is going to be hitting you right in the face. Ocean to ocean. With my best friend, my partner, VOP co-owner, and my beautiful bride, the one and the only, Hollis Mahady Smeriglio. She put it in the little why can't I think what the hell it's called? Thumbnail? It's not a thumbnail. In the thing that I can't think of what it's called right now. She put Hollis Mahady Smeriglio, so I don't feel bad. So there you go. So the poor thing, just Hollis. But we're gonna have fun with that, and we're gonna crush it. And I hope you'll tune in. It's gonna be late night, but you know how it is. The later we go, the more people show up. Sick bastards, but it's also because we have a large ass international audience and they come in at weird times. So, and please, people, VOPUSARadio.com, VOPUSARadio.com. Enter your email, sign up, and look. It says how you could donate. Whatever, I get involved. You could donate there. There's many different ways to donate. You could do it right there. If you don't want to do the Buy Me a Coffee, you join our mailing list, all that wonderful thing. Wow. Anyway, there's a way to get involved, and I ask you to please do so. So find your way there. But Ocean to Ocean launches next Thursday, right after POLITI-SHOCK's Hour of Rage. When that goes away, I let Josh go, fly back to Israel. I do my ending, and then we roll over in Ocean Ocean. We talk about some really freaking awesome shit. It's going to be a lot of fun. So, because believe me, you all know me well enough to know I could keep going. I could keep going and going and going and going because I love this shit. And I'm going to love it a lot more when I'm doing it with Hollis. Because like I said, her and I, we do the least amount of actual shows together. So it's time to change that. So evolution, friends. Evolution. And it's like I spoke about earlier. If you caught the breadcrumb earlier, I said to you, there'll be a rebranding coming. What did I mean? I promise you, it won't be that drastic, but kind of will. That's later on. It's not coming right now, but there's a rebranding coming. And if you all want to help with that rebranding, do you know where I'm going with this? I can't scroll down on the media assets, but I'm stuck in one place. You go here and donate, and we can make it bigger, better, and more widely advertised than ever before if you stop being cheap and donate. So there you go. Everybody, download those apps on Android and Apple. VOP USA. Download. It's free. It looks just like the website. Imagine that. You could watch the shows. You could sign up and get involved and do all the wonderful things. Do it, please. On Android, Roku, Fire, and Apple TV. Search for VOP USA, and you could download those apps for free and watch us on your television. And in the meantime, if I haven't said enough, I'm going to say it again. VOPUSARadio.com, VOPUSARadio.com. Go there, sign up, watch us there. Please, I'd like to drive you all there, preferably. But wherever you're watching us from, and if you're watching us on YouTube, which is really live, and still, I never actually looked at it before. You know, it's kind of a big deal. I never actually looked at it. But you could click on it in your StreamYard thing and say view live, and I did. So you saw me watching me. You saw me watching myself while watching myself. And it was I was a little like deer in headlights there for a moment because I had never seen myself on YouTube live. It's kind of like a thing, you know? Imagine that. Times they are changing. But everybody, thank you so very much. And I appreciate you all. I have to side with Hollis on this one. I'll never pay for people to follow me. Amen. Right? We don't do that shit here. I was shocked that you could even do it, to be honest with you. You could actually pay for followers. Like, how the hell do you do that? Then I saw it's like, that's so like, ugh. You know? But if I ever did pay for followers, we'd go big, man. We'll go from like 400 to like 40 million, you know? Break the bank. Give me all those bot followers. Nah, we're all organic here. All organic. Maybe not food-wise yet, but all organic, true, independent grassroots media. Grass, organic, it works, okay? And no, I'm not even tired. I'm trying to ramble and get to the end because there's a piece of me that just wants to keep going and keep raging. But to close out, Power, Predators, and the Hidden Payoff Machine. That's the title of the show. We touched on all of it. But again, it's obviously not going to stick, but damn it, we're going to push the hell out of it. Release the slush fund files. Everybody wants to talk about Epstein. Let's really get to the core of the darkest shit that has ever been perpetrated on this country or anywhere in the world, as far as I'm concerned, that your tax dollars have funded, silenced, squandered, to kill, to everything else. I want to know what really goes on there. So, hashtag release the slush fund files. There you go. Be different. Everybody, I love you. Thank you so much for tuning in. As always, I appreciate you. I am Dan Spriglio. You have been watching POLITI-SHOCK on Voice of the People USA Radio and Television Network. And again, July 3rd is our big date. July 3rd is a big date, ladies and gentlemen. 20 years of this, 20 years. So to Patty Butts, who came into the chat room earlier, somebody that's a true blue blast from the past. It was there in the very, very, very beginning of it all, to the old school activist days. Hell, we even got to go and set up on her husband's CK Motors parking lot when they banned us from 6 different places in Wilkes-Barre, and we were able to go hold our rally there, which inevitably flooded the streets, and the police got involved because there was like thousands of people, and it was like a big pain in the ass. It was great. I loved it. It was freaking epic. So, but it's so cool to see somebody from such a long time ago, but it's touching in a way. So to Patty, to Aaron, to Joe, to Jason, to Charlene, to Timbo, to everybody else that I'm forgetting. I know there's more I'm forgetting. You were all in there at some point in time. Thank you as always. I appreciate you. Much love and respect to you all. I will see you again Sunday night for the Rage of Aquarius live right here in the VOP. And tomorrow night, tune in. TGIF special every Friday with the one and the only Hollis doing Holistics live, 7 p.m. Eastern time. Watch it, have fun, and turn off the political bullshit for a while and actually just enjoy yourself with some nostalgia. And you get to stare at a beautiful woman with a beautiful personality. So there you go. That's kind of a win-win. So do it. Monday through Friday, 7 p.m. Eastern time, Holistics live. And of course, POLITI-SHOCK will be back next Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern time, followed by the debut of Ocean to Ocean. Take care, everybody. Love you. Be safe. See you on Sunday night or tomorrow night in Hollis's room at 7 p.m. Eastern time. Not her actual room, her online room, her chat room. Good night to you all. Thank you as always. Appreciate you.
You've been listening to POLITI-SHOCK. POLITI-SHOCK is all about waking the masses against the New World Order, the World Economic Forum, exposing the vaccines, actually finding out the truth and reporting it. Shocking. Dan has been a political activist since 2006, holding rallies all around the country. With a stint in heavily censored terrestrial radio, he said F it, went online, and built his own network. You're welcome. We'll be back soon. But in the meantime, hit us up on Instagram, DLive, and Twitch at VOP USA Radio. The website at www.VOP USA Radio. On the Android and Apple apps at VOP Network. On Facebook, Voice of the People USA Radio fan and group page. And on Twitter at official VOP USA. The show airs every Thursday night at 9 Eastern. And the website streams 24/7. To contact, send that email to POLITI-SHOCK at VOPUSARadio.com. We are your third eye. Just in case that second one closes for a second. See you next time on POLITI-SHOCK.